What if I told you that Manhattan was once called New Amsterdam? That Indonesia's 17,000 islands were ruled from a small European nation? That the world's first stock exchange, first multinational corporation, and first global empire of pure commerce all emerged from a country smaller than West Virginia? You'd think it impossible. You'd be wrong. Like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also comment where are you from and what time are you watching. Hidden in the shadows of British and Spanish imperial glory lies the most remarkable empire story ever told. How Dutch merchants, bankers and sailors created the template for every modern global economy. For 3 centuries, while kings conquered through sword and cross, the Dutch conquered through ledger books and bills of exchange. They didn't just trade with the world, they owned it. Tonight, we uncover the secret empire that shaped everything you think you know about capitalism, colonialism, and global power. The seeds of history's most paradoxical empire were planted not in conquest, but in rebellion. Not in distant colonies, but in the muddy polders of the Low Countries. Here, where the Rhine met the North Sea, where ancient trade routes converged beneath grey northern skies, a peculiar people would discover that the same principles that freed them from tyranny could be weaponized to enslave others. The same maritime skills that brought them prosperity would carry oppression across 3 oceans. The same religious tolerance that made Amsterdam a refuge would coexist with the systematic brutality of plantation slavery. But this contradiction began long before Dutch ships reached Asian spice markets or Caribbean sugar fields. It began with the Burgundians. The Burgundian foundation, commerce and contradiction. In 1384, when Philip the Bold of Burgundy inherited Flanders through marriage, he unknowingly set in motion the forces that would create both European tolerance and global exploitation. The Burgundian Netherlands encompassing modern-day Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg and parts of northern France became Europe's most economically dynamic region, not through conquest, but through commerce. The Burgundian dukes understood what many medieval rulers did not, that merchants could generate more wealth than knights. Under Philip the Good and Charles the Bold, the Low Countries developed a unique urban commercial culture. Cities like Bruges, Ghent and Antwerp became centres of international trade, their guild halls and market squares bustling with merchants from across Europe. Italian bankers established branches alongside German traders and English wool merchants. Jewish refugees from Iberian persecution found welcome in communities that valued economic contribution over religious orthodoxy. This cosmopolitan atmosphere fostered remarkable innovations. Flemish artisans perfected new techniques in cloth production, transforming English wool into luxury textiles coveted from London to Constantinople. The herring fisheries of Holland developed sophisticated preservation methods that allowed Dutch fish to dominate European markets. Most crucially, banking houses in Antwerp pioneered credit instruments and international exchange mechanisms that would later finance global empire. Yet even in these early centuries, the Dutch displayed their fundamental paradox. The same cities that welcomed religious refugees operated on rigid guild systems that excluded outsiders from economic opportunity. The same merchants who preached free trade formed cartels to fix prices. The same communities that developed humane urban governance participated enthusiastically in the European slave trade through Iberian intermediaries. When the last Burgundian duke, Charles the Bold, died at the Battle of Nancy in 1477, his scattered dominions passed to his daughter Mary. Her marriage to Maximilian of Austria brought the Low Countries into the Habsburg sphere, setting the stage for the conflicts that would forge Dutch identity. The Habsburg inheritance, prosperity under pressure. The accession of Charles V in 1506 initially seemed beneficial for the Low Countries. As Holy Roman Emperor and King of Spain, Charles ruled territories from Vienna to the Americas, but he understood that the Netherlands were the economic engine of his vast domains. Antwerp became the commercial heart of his empire, where American silver, German goods, and Asian spices converged in history's first truly global marketplace. Under Charles V, the Low Countries experienced unprecedented prosperity. The population doubled between 1450 and 1550. New lands were reclaimed from the sea through increasingly sophisticated hydraulic engineering. Urban culture flourished, producing artists like Hieronymus Bosch and Peter Bruegel, whose works captured both the material abundance and spiritual complexity of Dutch society. Humanism took root in universities like Louvain, where scholars like Erasmus developed ideas about religious tolerance and rational governance. But this golden age contained the seeds of future rebellion. Charles Vere's abdication in 1556 brought his son Philip II to power, and with him came a fundamentally different approach to governing the Low Countries. Where Charles had been pragmatic, Philip was ideological. Where Charles had accepted the Netherlands' religious and political diversity, Philip demanded uniformity. Philip II viewed the Low Countries through the lens of Spanish Catholicism and absolute monarchy. He saw their prosperity not as something to nurture, but as something to exploit. Their religious tolerance was not a strength, but a weakness. Their urban independence was not an asset, but a threat. Their urban independence was not an asset, but a threat. The contrast between the cosmopolitan, commercially minded Dutch and the austere, theologically driven Spanish court could not have been starker. The king's policies reflected this fundamental misunderstanding. Spanish garrisons were stationed in major cities. The Inquisition was introduced to root out heresy. New bishoprics were established to tighten Catholic control. Most provocatively, Philip imposed new taxes without consulting local assemblies, violating traditions of self-governance that stretched back centuries. This was the crucible in which Dutch identity was forged, not through shared ethnicity or ancient tradition, but through shared resistance to foreign oppression. Yet even this foundational moment contained the paradox that would define their future empire. The Dutch fought for religious freedom while denying it to Catholics. They demanded political autonomy while imposing their will on other provinces. They championed free trade while creating monopolies. The revolt, freedom and its contradictions. The spark that ignited the Dutch revolt came in 1566, in what contemporaries called the Beeldenstorm, the iconoclastic fury. Calvinist mobs, inspired by inflammatory preaching and economic hardship, stormed Catholic churches across the Low Countries, destroying religious imagery they deemed idolatrous. In a matter of weeks, centuries of religious art were reduced to rubble. The iconoclasm revealed the revolutionary potential brewing beneath the surface of Dutch society. These were not desperate peasants, but urban artisans, merchants and professionals who had embraced Calvinist theology with its emphasis on individual conscience and democratic church governance. They saw Philip's Catholicism not merely as false religion, but as political tyranny disguised as spiritual authority. Philip II's response was characteristically uncompromising. He dispatched the Duke of Alba with 10,000 Spanish troops to restore order. Alba established what became known as the Council of Troubles, nicknamed the Council of Blood by the Dutch, which executed over 1,000 people and confiscated vast amounts of property. His brutal suppression drove moderate nobles into opposition and convinced many Dutch that coexistence with Spanish rule was impossible. The revolt's early leader, William of Orange, embodied the contradictions that would define the Dutch Empire. Known as William the Silent for his diplomatic discretion, he was himself a German prince who had served Philip II faithfully until conscience compelled him to rebellion. Raised Catholic but converted to Calvinism for political advantage, he became the father of religious toleration while waging war in religion's name. He preached unity among the provinces while pursuing policies that favoured Holland's interests over others. William's 1572 capture of Brielle marked the revolt's transformation from noble conspiracy to popular uprising. The sea-beggars Dutch privateers operating from English ports had been little more than pirates until they stumbled into possessing an actual port. Suddenly they had a base for systematic resistance. Other towns opened their gates to rebel forces, and what had seemed like a doomed insurrection became a viable independence movement. The early years of revolt established patterns that would echo through centuries of Dutch imperial expansion. The rebels combined principled idealism with ruthless pragmatism. They proclaimed religious freedom while persecuting Catholics. They championed popular sovereignty while oligarchs consolidated power. They condemned Spanish tyranny while employing equally harsh methods against opponents. The Union of Utrecht in 1579 formalized these contradictions into constitutional law. The 7 northern provinces, Holland, Zeeland, Utrecht, Gelderland, Overijssel, Friesland, and Groningen formed a confederation that was simultaneously revolutionary and conservative. Revolutionary in its rejection of monarchical authority and its guarantee of religious conscience. Conservative in its protection of local privileges and resistance to democratic reform. Each province retained sovereignty over internal affairs while delegating foreign policy and defence to the States General. This federal structure, born from the practical need to coordinate resistance while respecting local autonomy, would prove remarkably adaptable to governing overseas territories. The same flexibility that allowed Amsterdam merchants and Frisian farmers to coexist would later enable the Dutch to rule Javanese princes and African chiefs. The Long War forging imperial capabilities. The 12 Years' Truce, 1609-1621, provided crucial breathing space for the young republic to develop the institutions and capabilities that would support global expansion. During these years of peace with Spain, the Dutch consolidated their domestic achievements while launching their first systematic ventures into Asian and American waters. The truce revealed how deeply the habits of war had shaped Dutch society. Military innovation had become a national specialty. Maurice of Nassau revolutionized European warfare through systematic drill, standardized equipment, and professional officer training. Dutch engineers became Europe's most sought-after experts in siege warfare and fortification. Naval architects developed new ship designs optimized for long-distance trade and warfare. Perhaps most importantly, the war had created unprecedented cooperation between merchants and the state. Private trading companies had financed naval expeditions while government fleets protected merchant vessels. This public-private partnership, born from the necessities of rebellion, would prove perfectly suited to overseas empire building. When the truce expired in 1621, both sides resumed fighting with renewed vigour. But the conflict's character had changed. Spain now faced not a rebellious province but a sovereign state with global interests and capabilities. Dutch fleets operated in the Caribbean, Indian Ocean and Pacific. Dutch merchants competed with Portuguese and Spanish traders from Brazil to Japan. The Peace of Westphalia in 1648 finally secured international recognition of Dutch independence. But by then the Republic had long since transcended its European origins. The same communities that had rebelled against Philip II's centralizing authority now controlled trading posts across 3 continents. The same religious refugees who had fled Spanish persecution now participated in the enslavement of Africans and the oppression of Indonesian peoples. Maritime Revolution, the technology of empire. The Dutch Maritime Revolution began not with grand strategic vision, but with mundane economic necessities. The Baltic grain trade required ships capable of carrying heavy cargoes efficiently. The herring fisheries demanded vessels that could operate in rough North Sea waters. The rebellion against Spain necessitated warships that could challenge Iberian naval supremacy. Dutch shipbuilders responded with characteristic ingenuity. The Vloot, developed in the 1590s, represented a revolutionary approach to maritime design. Unlike traditional warships built for battle, or Mediterranean galleys optimized for inland seas, the Vloot was designed purely for cargo capacity and operational efficiency. Its narrow beam, shallow draft, and simplified rigging allowed smaller crews to operate larger vessels more economically than any competitor. The Vloot's impact extended far beyond naval architecture. By reducing shipping costs, it made long-distance trade profitable in bulk commodities, not just luxury goods. By requiring fewer crew members, it reduced labour costs and the risk of disease on long voyages. By prioritising cargo space over armament, it embodied the Dutch preference for commerce over conquest, at least initially. But the Vloot also embodied Dutch contradictions. The same design principles that made peaceful trade more efficient also made the slave trade more profitable. Ships that could carry grain from Gdansk could carry human beings from Angola. The technologies of commercial liberation became the instruments of systematic oppression. Navigation advances accompanied shipbuilding innovations. Dutch cartographers like Willem Janszoon Blair created the most accurate maps of their era, combining mathematical precision with artistic beauty. The Dutch East India Company's Hydrographic Office systematically collected navigational data, creating the most comprehensive charts of Asian waters. These advances made long-distance voyaging safer and more reliable, opening oceanic routes that had previously been prohibitively dangerous. Yet again, the same technologies served contradictory purposes. Accurate charts that guided merchant vessels to profitable markets also directed slave ships to human cargo. Navigation instruments that enabled peaceful exploration also facilitated military conquest. The knowledge that connected global markets also enabled global exploitation. First Asian ventures, commerce and violence intertwined. In 1595, Cornelis de Houtman led the first Dutch expedition to Southeast Asia, marking the beginning of 3.5 centuries of Dutch presence in the Indonesian archipelago. The voyage was simultaneously a commercial venture, a patriotic enterprise, and a humanitarian disaster. The expedition's commercial goals were straightforward: bypass Portuguese and Spanish intermediaries by establishing direct trade with Asian spice producers. Jan Huygen van Linschoten's detailed intelligence reports, gathered during his service with the Portuguese, had revealed the astronomical profits available to European traders who could access Asian markets directly. A cargo of pepper, cloves and nutmeg purchased in Java could be sold in Amsterdam for 10 times its cost, even after accounting for the enormous risks of oceanic voyage. But the Dutch expedition was more than commercial speculation. It was an act of patriotic defiance. By challenging Portuguese monopoly claims in Asia, the Dutch were extending their revolt against the Habsburg Empire to a global scale. The same principles that justified rebellion in Europe, resistance to tyrannical authority, defense of free trade, protection of religious conscience, could justify competition in Asian waters. The reality of first contact proved more complex than either commercial or patriotic rhetoric suggested. De Houtman's expedition spent over a year trying to establish trading relations in Java, encountering sophisticated local rulers who had dealt with Portuguese, Chinese, Indian and Arabic traders for centuries. The Javanese were not naive victims waiting for European exploitation, but experienced negotiators pursuing their own commercial and political interests. The Dutch quickly learned that success in Asian markets required not just maritime technology, but also diplomatic skill, cultural adaptation, and often military force. Local rulers played European competitors against each other, granting trading privileges to those who offered the best terms, whether in goods, tribute, or military assistance. The Dutch discovered that peaceful commerce and violent coercion were often inseparable in Asian markets. This fundamental lesson that trade required force, that commerce demanded conquest, would shape Dutch imperial expansion for centuries. The same merchants who preached free trade in European markets employed monopolistic practices in Asian waters. The same Calvinist communities that championed individual conscience justified collective violence against Muslim and Hindu competitors. The company solution: institutionalizing contradiction. The establishment of the Dutch East India Company, VOC, in 1602 represented the institutional culmination of all these developing contradictions. The VOC combined private capital with sovereign authority, commercial ambition with military power, joint stock innovation with monopolistic control. The company's founding reflected hard-won lessons from early Asian ventures. Independent merchants lacked the resources to compete effectively with established Portuguese networks, or to negotiate with powerful Asian rulers. Uncoordinated competition between Dutch traders had driven down profits and undermined diplomatic credibility. Only a unified company with substantial capital and government backing could challenge Iberian dominance in Asian markets. The VOC's charter granted extraordinary powers that blurred the boundaries between commerce and sovereignty. The company could wage war, negotiate treaties, establish colonial governments, mint currency, and maintain armed forces. These sovereign powers were justified as necessary for commercial success in distant waters where Dutch state authority could not reach. Yet the VOC remained fundamentally a private enterprise, governed by directors elected by shareholders and committed to maximizing profits for investors. This hybrid character, part state, part corporation, created an institutional framework perfectly suited to Dutch imperial expansion. The company could pursue state interests while maintaining commercial flexibility. It could exercise sovereign authority while avoiding the costs of formal governmental administration. The Dutch West India Company, established in 1621, extended this model to Atlantic markets. The WIC received monopoly rights to trade and colonize in Africa and the Americas, challenging Spanish and Portuguese dominance in these regions. Like the VOC, the WIC combined commercial and sovereign powers, pursuing profit through trade while exercising governmental authority over colonial territories. Both companies embodied the fundamental paradox that would define Dutch imperial expansion: the simultaneous pursuit of freedom and oppression, liberation and exploitation, tolerance and tyranny. The same institutional innovations that liberated Dutch commerce from European restrictions enabled the systematic enslavement of Africans and the oppression of Asians. The same corporate structures that democratized investment participation concentrated colonial power in the hands of merchant oligarchies. The early decades of company operations established patterns that would endure for centuries. In Asia, the VOC gradually transformed from trading partner to territorial ruler, using military force to secure commercial advantages. In the Atlantic, the WIC participated enthusiastically in the slave trade while establishing colonies based on religious tolerance and commercial freedom. By 1650, the institutional foundations of Dutch imperial expansion were firmly established. The Republic had won its independence through principled resistance to tyranny, while developing the military and commercial capabilities necessary for overseas conquest. Private companies had been granted sovereign powers to pursue global trade through methods ranging from peaceful negotiation to violent coercion. Religious tolerance at home coexisted with systematic oppression abroad. The stage was now set for the golden age of Dutch imperial expansion, when these contradictions would reach their fullest expression. The same small nation that had championed freedom in Europe would create one of history's most profitable and oppressive colonial empires. The same merchant communities that had rebelled against Philip II's tyranny would impose their own tyranny on peoples from the Hudson River to the Java Sea. The foundations had been laid. The Empire of Paradox was ready to begin its global conquest. By 1650, the paradox that defined Dutch imperial ambition had reached its fullest expression. The same republic that had championed religious liberty in Europe now imposed rigid orthodoxy across distant continents. The same merchants who preached free trade in Amsterdam created the world's most ruthless monopolies in Asian waters. The same communities that welcomed Jewish refugees and Protestant dissidents participated enthusiastically in the systematic enslavement of millions of Africans. This was the golden age of Dutch power, a century when tolerance and tyranny, liberation and exploitation, commercial innovation and human brutality reached their perfect, terrible synthesis. The foundations laid during the revolt against Spain now supported a global empire that stretched from the Hudson River to the Java Sea, from the Gold Coast to the Cape of Good Hope. Dutch ships carried Indonesian spices to European tables, transported enslaved Africans to American plantations, and returned laden with Caribbean sugar and New World silver. In Amsterdam counting houses, merchants calculated profits extracted from continents they would never see, while Dutch Reformed ministers preached sermons about human dignity to congregations enriched by human bondage. This golden age would reveal both the extraordinary capabilities and the fundamental contradictions of Dutch civilization. The same organizational genius that created the world's first global corporation would systematize the Atlantic slave trade. The same legal traditions that protected property rights in Holland would justify the appropriation of indigenous lands across 3 continents. The same financial innovations that democratized investment would concentrate colonial wealth in the hands of a merchant aristocracy more powerful than any European nobility. The WIC Empire in Asia, commerce through conquest. The transformation of the Dutch East India Company from trading venture to territorial empire began not with grand strategic design, but with the mundane necessities of commercial competition. When the first Dutch ships reached Asian waters in the 1590s, they entered a complex web of established trade networks dominated by Portuguese monopolists, Mughal administrators, Chinese merchants, and local rulers who had been conducting international commerce for centuries. The VOC's initial strategy reflected classic Dutch pragmatism: avoid expensive territorial commitments while maximizing commercial profits. Company directors in Amsterdam instructed their representatives to establish trading posts, not colonies, to negotiate commercial privileges, not political control, to pursue profit, not empire. Yet within 50 years, the VOC had become the dominant power across maritime Asia, controlling vast territories and ruling over millions of subjects through methods that would have made Spanish conquistadors proud. The transformation began in 1609 when Jan Pieterszoon Coen, the VOC's Governor-General, established Batavia on the ruins of the Indonesian city of Jayakarta. Coen embodied the Dutch imperial paradox in its purest form. The son of a small-town innkeeper, he had risen through Volk ranks by demonstrating exceptional organizational abilities and complete moral flexibility. He wrote elegant letters to Amsterdam describing the company's civilizing mission in Asia, while simultaneously ordering the massacre of entire populations who resisted Dutch commercial demands. The founding of Batavia revealed the VOC's innovative approach to imperial administration. Unlike Spanish or Portuguese colonies ruled directly by royal officials, Batavia operated as a corporate headquarters managing a vast network of commercial and political relationships. The city combined Dutch urban planning with Asian architectural elements, Calvinist churches with Islamic mosques, European legal codes with local administrative traditions. VOC employees, Dutch, German and Eurasian, worked alongside Chinese merchants, Javanese administrators, and Indian financiers in a cosmopolitan environment that reflected the company's practical approach to managing diversity. Yet this apparent tolerance masked systematic exploitation. The VOC's famous religious toleration extended only to profitable minorities. Chinese merchants received protection because they generated revenue. Local rulers maintained ceremonial authority because they facilitated tax collection. Islamic and Hindu practices continued because suppressing them would have been expensive, but any group that threatened company profits faced ruthless elimination. Coen's conquest of the Banda Islands in 1621 demonstrated this principle with horrifying clarity. The Banda Islands, tiny specks of land in the eastern Indonesian archipelago, produced nutmeg, one of Europe's most valuable spices. The indigenous Bandanese had traded nutmeg with various European and Asian merchants, maintaining their traditional autonomy while profiting from international commerce. For the Viok, however, such free trade represented intolerable competition. Company policy demanded monopolistic control over spice production and distribution. When the Bandanese refused to grant the Voor exclusive trading rights, Coen responded with systematic genocide. Dutch forces, supported by Japanese mercenaries, killed virtually the entire indigenous population, perhaps 15,000 people, and replaced them with enslaved labourers imported from other parts of Indonesia. The fertile islands became VOC plantations worked by company slaves under Dutch supervision. Within a generation, the Bandanese had been eliminated not merely as political entities, but as peoples. Their language, culture, and collective memory vanished beneath Dutch commercial efficiency. This pattern of commercial conquest repeated across the Indonesian archipelago. In Java, the VOC gradually extended its authority from coastal trading posts to inland territories through a combination of diplomatic manipulation, military force, and economic pressure. Local rulers who cooperated with company policies retained ceremonial authority, while Dutch residents exercised real power. Those who resisted faced military conquest followed by political extinction. The conquest of Ceylon from the Portuguese between 1638 and 1658 demonstrated the VOC's evolving imperial strategy on a larger scale. Ceylon's cinnamon forest represented another spice monopoly worth millions of guilders annually. The island's strategic position also made it crucial for controlling Indian Ocean trade routes. But Ceylon, unlike the small Indonesian islands, contained sophisticated indigenous kingdoms with their own military capabilities and diplomatic traditions. The VOC's Ceylon campaign revealed both the company's military effectiveness and its political sophistication. Dutch forces combined European military technology with local auxiliary troops, using cannons and muskets alongside traditional Asian warfare methods. More importantly, Vok diplomats exploited existing conflicts between Sinhalese and Tamil kingdoms, Portuguese and indigenous authorities, Buddhist and Catholic communities. Rather than conquering Ceylon directly, the Dutch encouraged their enemies to destroy each other, while positioning themselves as the ultimate arbiters of local disputes. The result was a colonial system more complex than simple European domination. In the coastal regions, the VOC exercised direct control through Dutch administrators supported by company armies. In the interior highlands, the Kingdom of Kandy maintained nominal independence under Dutch suzerainty. Sinhalese aristocrats retained local authority provided they enforced company policies. Tamil communities received protection in exchange for military service. Portuguese Catholics faced persecution while Dutch Reformed Christianity received state support. But Buddhism continued as the island's majority religion. This intricate political arrangement generated enormous profits, while minimizing administrative costs. Ceylon's cinnamon monopoly alone provided the Vos with annual revenues exceeding the entire budget of many European states. Coffee cultivation, introduced by the Dutch, created new sources of wealth. The island's position made it an essential base for further expansion into Indian and Southeast Asian markets. Yet the human costs of Dutch rule in Ceylon paralleled those in Indonesia. Indigenous political systems destroyed, traditional economies disrupted, local populations subjected to forced labour and arbitrary taxation. The VOC's expansion into the Indian subcontinent revealed another dimension of Dutch imperial strategy. Unlike in Indonesia and Ceylon, where the company could exploit fragmented political authorities, India was dominated by the mighty Mughal Empire. Direct conquest was impossible. The Mughals commanded armies and resources that dwarfed Dutch capabilities. Instead, the VOC pursued a strategy of commercial infiltration supported by selective military intervention. The company established factories-fortified trading posts at strategic locations along the Indian coast. Pulicat, Nagapattinam, Cochin and others. These bases served multiple functions: warehouses for storing goods, offices for managing trade, workshops for processing commodities, and fortresses for defending Dutch interests. Around each factory developed communities of Dutch employees, local merchants, artisans and labourers, whose livelihoods depended on company operations. The VOC's Indian trade focused primarily on textiles, cotton fabrics that were lighter, cheaper, and more colourful than European alternatives. Indian weavers had perfected techniques for producing cloth that European consumers preferred to their own domestic products. The company purchased these textiles with silver imported from the Americas, then sold them in European markets at enormous profits. Indian textiles also served crucial roles in the VOC's intra-Asian trade. They could be exchanged for spices in Indonesia, porcelain in China, or slaves in Africa. This textile trade created complex relationships between Dutch merchants and Indian producers. The VOC advanced money to weavers in exchange for guaranteed delivery of specific quantities and qualities of cloth. Company agents monitored production processes to ensure compliance with European standards. Local merchants served as intermediaries between Dutch buyers and Indian suppliers. The result was an early form of industrial organization that prefigured later European manufacturing systems. Yet this apparently collaborative relationship concealed systematic exploitation. The VOC used its military capabilities to secure favorable trading terms that impoverished Indian producers. Company agents manipulated local disputes to eliminate competitors. Dutch control over silver supplies gave them disproportionate influence over Indian markets. When Indian rulers attempted to restrict VOC activities, company forces responded with devastating raids that demonstrated the costs of resistance. The VOC's relationship with Mughal India reached its most complex expression through the company's role in financing Indian political conflicts. During the empire's gradual fragmentation in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, various princes and governors sought Dutch financial and military support for their struggles against rivals. The VOC provided these services in exchange for commercial privileges and territorial concessions. Rather than conquering India directly, The Dutch helped Indians conquer each other while extracting profit from the conflicts they helped finance. Perhaps the VOC's most remarkable achievement was its monopolistic control over European trade with Japan. Following the elimination of Portuguese merchants in 1639, the Dutch became the only Europeans permitted to conduct commerce with the isolated Japanese islands. This extraordinary privilege reflected both Japanese strategic calculations and Dutch commercial flexibility. The Japanese authorities had concluded that European missionary activities posed threats to political stability and social order. Portuguese and Spanish traders, closely associated with Catholic evangelization, were banned from Japanese territories. The Dutch, however, convinced Japanese officials that they were motivated purely by commercial considerations rather than religious objectives. VOC representatives demonstrated their commitment to this principle by participating in the systematic persecution of Japanese Christians, even providing Dutch soldiers to assist in the execution of Catholic converts. The Dutch factory at Deshima, an artificial island in Nagasaki harbour, became one of the most profitable outposts in the VOC's global network. Japanese authorities strictly controlled all aspects of Dutch activities. Company personnel could only leave the island with official permission. Religious services were prohibited, and all commercial transactions required government approval. Yet these restrictions created a monopoly that generated enormous revenues. Japanese gold and silver flowed to Dutch coffers in exchange for silk, spices, and manufactured goods that the VOC procured from other parts of Asia. The Deshima trade also facilitated crucial intelligence gathering. Dutch merchants were among the few Europeans who could observe Japanese political, economic, and technological developments. VOC reports to Amsterdam provided European authorities with detailed information about Japanese military capabilities, governmental institutions, and cultural practices. This knowledge would prove invaluable when European powers later sought to open Japanese markets through diplomatic and military pressure. The administration of the VOC's Asian Empire required institutional innovations that influenced European colonial practices for centuries. The company developed sophisticated bureaucratic systems for managing territories spanning thousands of miles and encompassing millions of subjects. Dutch officials created detailed records of commercial transactions, population movements, tax collections, and military operations. These archives, preserved in Amsterdam and Batavia, constitute one of the most comprehensive documentary records of early modern imperial administration. The VOC's colonial bureaucracy combined European organizational methods with Asian administrative traditions. Dutch governors-general exercised supreme authority over company territories, but they depended on extensive networks of local collaborators for day-to-day governance. Indigenous aristocrats retained ceremonial positions while implementing company policies. Chinese merchants managed commercial operations under Dutch supervision. Islamic and Hindu legal systems continued functioning for personal and family matters, while commercial disputes fell under Dutch jurisdiction. This hybrid administrative system reflected the VOC's practical approach to imperial governance. The company lacked sufficient Dutch personnel to administer its vast territories directly. Transporting European officials to Asia was expensive and dangerous. Many died of tropical diseases before completing their tours of service. Local knowledge was essential for understanding complex Asian political, economic, and cultural relationships. Cooperation with indigenous elites was more efficient than systematic coercion, yet this pragmatic tolerance served ultimately exploitative purposes. The VOC's administrative flexibility facilitated resource extraction rather than indigenous welfare. Company policies systematically favored Dutch commercial interests over local needs. When cooperation failed to produce desired results, the VOC employed violence with remarkable efficiency. The company's private armies, equipped with European weapons and disciplined according to European military principles, could crush most Asian resistance forces. By 1700, the VOC's Asian Empire had reached its territorial and commercial zenith. Company territories stretched from the Cape of Good Hope to Nagasaki, encompassing strategic bases throughout the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia. Dutch control over spice production gave the company near monopolistic influence over European markets for cinnamon, nutmeg, cloves, and pepper. The textile trade with India generated enormous profits while supplying European consumers with high-quality fabrics. The Japanese connection provided access to precious metals essential for financing further expansion. The human costs of this commercial empire were staggering. Entire populations had been eliminated or displaced to serve Dutch economic interests. Traditional political systems had been destroyed or subordinated to company authority. Indigenous economic relationships had been disrupted to facilitate European trade. Millions of Asians laboured under conditions ranging from wage slavery to outright bondage to support Dutch commercial operations. Yet the VOC's Asian empire also created opportunities for some indigenous peoples. Chinese merchants prospered under Dutch protection while serving essential commercial functions. Some Javanese and Sinhalese aristocrats accumulated wealth and influence through collaboration with company authorities. Eurasian communities developed distinctive cultures combining European and Asian elements. The company's religious tolerance, however cynically motivated, provided space for cultural diversity that was often absent from European territories. The VOC's Asian empire represented the Dutch imperial paradox in its purest form. Systematic exploitation justified by principles of tolerance and free trade, commercial innovation coupled with human brutality, organizational genius serving fundamentally predatory purposes. The same company that pioneered modern corporate governance participated enthusiastically in genocide. The same merchants who championed religious liberty imposed economic bondage on millions of subjects. The same communities that had fought for their own freedom from Spanish oppression created new forms of oppression for peoples across 3 continents, Atlantic and American ventures, liberty and bondage across the ocean. While the VOC established Dutch dominance in Asian waters, the Dutch West India Company pursued parallel imperial ambitions in the Atlantic world. Founded in 1621 during the resumption of warfare with Spain, the WIC received monopolistic privileges over Dutch trade and colonization in Africa and the Americas. Like its Asian counterpart, the WIC combined commercial innovation with systematic exploitation, religious tolerance with human bondage, republican ideals with imperial practices. The WIC's Atlantic empire reflected different strategic imperatives than the VOC's Asian territories. In the Americas, the Dutch faced established Spanish and Portuguese colonial systems, protected by powerful naval forces and indigenous alliances. Direct conquest of major Spanish territories was beyond Dutch capabilities. Instead, the WIC pursued a strategy of commercial infiltration, territorial nibbling, and systematic disruption of Iberian monopolies. The company established colonies where Spanish control was weak, developed trade relationships with rebellious Spanish subjects, and created alternative commercial networks that challenged Habsburg dominance. The most famous Dutch colony in North America began with Henry Hudson's 1609 exploration of the river that would bear his name. Hudson, an English navigator employed by the VOC, had been searching for a northwest passage to Asia when he discovered the river system that connected the Atlantic Ocean to the interior of North America. The VOC initially showed little interest in Hudson's discoveries, focusing their attention on more immediately profitable Asian ventures. But Dutch merchants soon recognized the commercial potential of the Hudson River Valley, particularly its access to the North American fur trade. The Dutch West India Company received authority over New Netherland in 1621, establishing trading posts along the Hudson River and on Manhattan Island. The colony grew slowly, attracting Dutch settlers seeking economic opportunities unavailable in the increasingly crowded Netherlands. Unlike the Puritans in New England or the Anglicans in Virginia, Dutch colonists came to America primarily for commercial rather than religious reasons. This economic motivation created a distinctive colonial culture that emphasized trade, tolerance, and cultural diversity rather than religious uniformity or agricultural expansion. New Amsterdam, established at the mouth of the Hudson River, embodied Dutch colonial principles in microcosm. The city welcomed settlers from across Europe and beyond. Dutch farmers, German craftsmen, French Huguenots, Sephardic Jews, free Africans, and enslaved labourers from various parts of the Atlantic world. Multiple languages were spoken in New Amsterdam's streets, While various Christian denominations and Judaism received official recognition, the city's commercial orientation attracted merchants, artisans, and laborers who valued economic opportunity over religious conformity. Yet this celebrated tolerance coexisted with systematic exploitation of indigenous peoples and enslaved Africans. Dutch colonial policies toward Native Americans combined commercial cooperation with territorial appropriation. The WEC purchased Manhattan Island from local Algonquian peoples for goods worth 60 guilders, a transaction that reflected Dutch legal scrupulousness rather than respect for indigenous sovereignty. While Dutch law required compensation for Native American lands, it did not recognize indigenous concepts of territory that emphasized usage rights rather than absolute ownership. The Dutch fur trade created complex relationships between European colonists and Native American communities. Indigenous hunters provided beaver pelts that Dutch merchants transported to European markets, where they were manufactured into fashionable hats. This trade generated profits for both Dutch merchants and Native American suppliers, while creating mutual dependencies that crossed cultural boundaries. Some indigenous leaders accumulated significant wealth and political influence through their participation in Dutch commercial networks. However, the fur trade also disrupted traditional Native American political and economic relationships. European diseases, introduced through commercial contact, devastated indigenous populations with no previous exposure to smallpox, measles, and typhus. The demand for furs encouraged overhunting that depleted animal populations and disrupted ecological balance. Competition for European trade goods generated conflicts between indigenous communities that had previously maintained peaceful relationships. The Dutch approach to these problems reflected their characteristic combination of pragmatism and violence. WIC officials negotiated treaties with indigenous leaders that established formal frameworks for commercial and political relationships. The company attempted to regulate the fur trade to prevent conflicts that might disrupt profitable commerce. When negotiation failed, however, the Dutch employed systematic violence against indigenous communities. The most notorious example occurred during Kieft's War, 1643-1645, when Dutch forces massacred hundreds of Algonquian peoples in response to conflicts over land use and tax collection. The violence was so extreme that it shocked even Dutch contemporaries accustomed to European warfare. David de Vries, a Dutch colonist, described Dutch soldiers killing indigenous men, women and children in such a manner that it would move a heart of stone to pity. The aftermath of Kieft's War revealed the fundamental contradictions in Dutch colonial policy. WIC officials condemned the excessive violence while maintaining the territorial and commercial advantages it had secured. Dutch reformed ministers preached about the equality of all human souls while blessing military expeditions against Native American communities. Colonial administrators developed increasingly sophisticated legal justifications for indigenous dispossession, while maintaining rhetorical commitments to justice and fair dealing. The role of enslaved labour in Dutch colonial society demonstrated even starker contradictions between principles and practices. New Netherland was among the first North American colonies to employ systematic slave labour, with the first enslaved Africans arriving in New Amsterdam in 1626. The WIC imported these labourers to support colonial development projects, clearing land, constructing buildings, loading ships, and providing domestic services for colonist families. Dutch colonial law recognised slavery as a legitimate labour system while providing certain protections for enslaved peoples that were absent from other colonial jurisdictions. Enslaved individuals could own property, initiate legal proceedings, and purchase their freedom under specific circumstances. Some enslaved Africans accumulated sufficient resources to buy freedom for themselves and their families. The Dutch Reformed Church baptized enslaved converts and recognized slave marriages, at least in principle. These legal protections reflected Dutch legal traditions that emphasized procedural fairness and individual rights, rather than racial hierarchies. But they also served practical functions that benefited slave owners more than enslaved peoples. Legal recognition of slave property ownership encouraged enslaved laborers to work more efficiently while reducing the costs of supervision. Church involvement in slave marriages helped maintain stable family relationships that enhanced reproductive rates and reduced resistance. The possibility of freedom through purchase provided incentives for compliance while generating additional revenue for masters. The Dutch colonial economy depended heavily on enslaved labor despite the colony's relatively small size. Enslaved Africans constituted approximately 20% of New Netherlands' population by 1650, a higher proportion than in most contemporary North American colonies. Their labor supported not only agricultural production but also urban commerce, construction, and manufacturing. Many of New Amsterdam's most prosperous merchants owned enslaved workers who provided essential services for their business operations. The Wicks' expansion into the Caribbean revealed the full implications of Dutch involvement in the Atlantic slave system. The company seized several strategic islands from Spanish control during the 1630s and 1640s: Curaçao, Aruba, Bonaire, St. Eustatius, and St. Martin. These islands served multiple functions in Dutch imperial strategy: naval bases for attacks on Spanish shipping, commercial centres for trade with Spanish colonies, and entrepôts for the expanding Atlantic slave trade. Curaçao became the Wicks' primary slave trading centre in the Americas. The island's strategic location near the South American coast made it an ideal base for supplying enslaved labourers to Spanish colonies that were officially prohibited from trading with non-Spanish merchants. Dutch slave traders purchased Africans on the West African coast, transported them to Curaçao for processing and sale, then distributed them throughout the Caribbean and South American markets. This slave trade generated enormous profits for Dutch merchants while causing unprecedented human suffering. WEC records document the transportation of over 500,000 enslaved Africans through Curaçao between 1630 and 1803. These statistics represent only those individuals who survived the Middle Passage voyage from Africa to the Americas. Historians estimate that additional hundreds of thousands died during capture, transport, and seasoning processes. The conditions experienced by enslaved Africans in Dutch colonies paralleled those in other European territories: systematic violence, family separation, cultural suppression, and economic exploitation. Dutch slave codes regulated virtually every aspect of enslaved life, prohibiting movement without passes, gatherings without supervision, and resistance in any form. Punishments for violations range from whipping and branding to amputation and execution. Yet Dutch colonial culture also created opportunities for some enslaved peoples that were unavailable elsewhere. The Netherlands' tradition of religious tolerance extended, however limitedly, to enslaved communities. The Wicks' most ambitious American venture was the conquest of northeastern Brazil from Portuguese control between 1630 and 1654. This campaign represented the largest Dutch military operation in the Americas, involving thousands of soldiers, dozens of ships, and millions of guilders in investment. The company's success in capturing and briefly holding Brazil's richest sugar-producing regions demonstrated Dutch military capabilities while revealing the limitations of their imperial strategy. Brazil's attraction for Dutch investors lay in its established sugar plantation economy. Portuguese colonists had developed highly profitable agricultural systems worked by enslaved African labourers that supplied European markets with luxury goods. The Wick calculated that controlling these plantations would generate revenue sufficient to finance the company's global operations while weakening Portuguese and Spanish colonial power. The Dutch conquest of northeastern Brazil initially succeeded beyond the company's expectations. Wick forces captured the key ports of Recife and Salvador, established control over vast interior territories, and recruited Portuguese colonists and enslaved Africans to support their administration. Count Johan Moritz of Nassau-Siegen, appointed as WIC governor, implemented remarkably tolerant policies that reflected Dutch colonial principles at their most enlightened. Under Moritz's administration, Dutch Brazil became a laboratory for religious and cultural tolerance in colonial settings. The company permitted Portuguese Catholics to maintain their religious practices while establishing Dutch Reformed churches for Protestant settlers. Jewish refugees from the Iberian Peninsula received protection and commercial privileges that enabled them to establish the Americas' first openly Jewish community. Indigenous peoples retained certain territorial rights while participating in Dutch commercial networks. Moritz also patronized scientific and cultural activities that made Dutch Brazil a center of intellectual life in the colonial Americas. The governor recruited European scholars, artists and naturalists to study Brazil's environment and inhabitants. Dutch cartographers created detailed maps of Brazilian territories. Artists produced paintings and drawings that documented the colony's diverse populations and landscapes. Naturalists collected specimens that contributed to European understanding of American flora and fauna. These enlightened policies generated initial success for Dutch colonial administration. Portuguese settlers accepted W. Wick rule when it proved more tolerant than the Inquisition's persecution of New Christians and crypto-Jews. Some enslaved Africans supported Dutch forces against Portuguese masters who had treated them more harshly. Indigenous communities allied with the Dutch against Portuguese colonists who had appropriated their lands more systematically. However, the WX Brazilian venture ultimately failed due to strategic overextension and financial constraints. Maintaining military control over vast Brazilian territories required resources that exceeded the company's capabilities. Portuguese resistance, supported by reinforcements from Europe and local allies, gradually undermined Dutch positions. The restoration of Portuguese independence in 1640 enabled Lisbon to focus resources on recovering its American territories without Spanish interference. The final loss of Dutch Brazil in 1654 marked the end of the WX's territorial ambitions in South America. Portuguese forces, supported by colonist militias and indigenous allies, systematically reconquered Dutch-controlled territories. The company's investments in Brazilian sugar plantations, estimated at over 20 million guilders, were largely lost. Thousands of Dutch colonists, Jewish refugees, and enslaved laborers who had supported WIC rule faced persecution or enslavement under restored Portuguese authority. The Brazilian failure revealed fundamental contradictions in Dutch imperial strategy. The WX's commitment to religious tolerance and cultural diversity, while morally admirable, provided insufficient basis for sustained colonial loyalty when military circumstances became unfavorable. Portuguese colonists supported Dutch rule when it offered advantages over Portuguese administration, but returned to Portuguese allegiance when the military balance shifted. Enslaved Africans cooperated with Dutch authorities when cooperation offered benefits, but their primary loyalty remained to freedom rather than any particular European power. The aftermath of the Brazilian loss influenced Dutch colonial development throughout the Americas. Wick investment shifted towards smaller, more defensible territories in the Caribbean where Dutch military capabilities could more easily maintain control. The company abandoned attempts to conquer established Iberian colonies in favor of developing alternative commercial networks that challenged Spanish and Portuguese monopolies without requiring territorial conquest. This revised strategy proved more successful than the Brazilian adventure. Dutch Caribbean colonies became essential components of Atlantic commercial networks that connected European, African, and American markets. St. Eustatius emerged as a crucial entrepot where merchants from different European colonies exchanged goods despite official prohibitions on inter-imperial trade. Curaçao's slave market supplied laborers throughout the Caribbean and South American mainland. The Dutch islands served as bases for privateering operations that captured Spanish treasure ships and disrupted Habsburg colonial commerce. The sugar plantations developed in Dutch Caribbean territories demonstrated the full implementation of slave-based agricultural systems that the WIC had pioneered in Brazil. Suriname, acquired from the English in 1667, became the most profitable Dutch plantation colony. The territory's river systems provided access to vast interior regions suitable for sugar and coffee cultivation. Indigenous peoples were systematically dispossessed or eliminated to make land available for plantation development. Enslaved Africans, imported in ever-increasing numbers, provided the labor that generated enormous profits for Dutch investors. Suriname's plantation economy revealed the Dutch imperial paradox in its starkest form. The colony operated according to principles of systematic racial oppression, that contradicted everything the Dutch Republic represented in European contexts. Enslaved Africans faced working conditions so brutal that death rates exceeded birth rates, requiring constant importation of new victims to maintain production levels. Slave codes denied enslaved peoples basic human rights while protecting masters' property interests. Punishments for resistance included tortures that shocked even contemporary European observers. Yet Suriname also developed distinctive cultural patterns that reflected Dutch colonial practices. The colony's religious tolerance extended to enslaved communities, enabling African cultural traditions to survive more successfully than in other plantation societies. Maroon communities escaped slaves who established independent settlements in the interior, negotiated treaties with Dutch authorities that recognized their autonomy in exchange for returning future runaways. Some enslaved individuals achieved remarkable success within the constraints of bondage, accumulating property and establishing family networks that provided mutual support, African footholds, strategic ports, and human cargo. The Dutch Empire's African ventures began as strategic necessities and evolved into systematic participation in the Atlantic slave trade. The WIC's African establishments served multiple functions: naval bases for attacks on Portuguese shipping, commercial centres for trade with indigenous African societies, and slave trading stations that supplied human cargo for American plantations. These diverse activities created complex relationships between Dutch merchants and African peoples that combined commercial cooperation with systematic exploitation. The establishment of Cape Colony in 1652 represented the Dutch Empire's most significant African territorial acquisition. The VOC founded the settlement at the southern tip of Africa to provide refreshment services for ships travelling between Europe and Asia. The Cape's strategic location made it an essential way station, where vessels could obtain fresh water, meat, vegetables, and medical care during the long voyage around Africa. Initially conceived as a small supply station, Cape Colony gradually expanded into a substantial territorial possession that would profoundly influence southern African development. The VOC's Cape Colony policies reflected characteristic Dutch approaches to colonial administration. The company attempted to avoid expensive territorial expansion while maximizing commercial benefits from its African foothold. Initial instructions to Cape Colony's first commander, Jan van Riebeek, emphasized maintaining friendly relations with indigenous Khoikhoi peoples while establishing gardens and livestock herds to supply passing ships. The VOC hoped to achieve its strategic objectives through trade and cooperation rather than conquest and coercion. These peaceful intentions quickly encountered practical obstacles that pushed Dutch colonial policy towards systematic dispossession and violence. The Khoikhoi peoples who inhabited the Cape region had their own political systems, territorial concepts, and economic relationships that conflicted with Dutch colonial needs. Competition for land, water, and livestock generated conflicts that Dutch authorities resolved through increasingly coercive measures. Within 2 decades of the colony's establishment, the VOC was waging systematic warfare against indigenous communities that resisted Dutch territorial expansion. The introduction of enslaved labour to Cape Colony created additional layers of exploitation that would shape South African society for centuries. The VOC imported enslaved workers from various parts of the Indian Ocean world: Madagascar, Mozambique, Indonesia, India, and Ceylon. These diverse origins created a multi-ethnic enslaved population with different languages, religions, and cultural practices. Dutch colonial law recognized slavery as legitimate, while providing certain protections that reflected European legal traditions rather than concern for enslaved welfare. Cape Colony's development also attracted free European settlers who established farms and businesses beyond VOC direct control. These colonists, later called Boers or Afrikaners, developed distinctive cultural patterns that combined Dutch Calvinist traditions with African frontier experiences. Their relationships with indigenous peoples and enslaved labourers created social hierarchies based on racial categories that would become fundamental to South African society. The Dutch Reformed Church played a crucial role in legitimizing these racial hierarchies through theological justifications that reconciled Christian principles with systematic oppression. Ministers preached that slavery was divinely ordained, while enslaved peoples had souls worthy of salvation. Conversion to Christianity could improve enslaved individuals' treatment without challenging their bondage. These theological justifications enabled Dutch colonists to maintain religious commitments, while participating enthusiastically in systematic exploitation. The same communities that celebrated their ancestors' struggle for religious freedom denied such freedom to the peoples they encountered in Africa. The same Reformed traditions that emphasized individual conscience supported collective violence against those who resisted Dutch colonial expansion. The VOC's West African trading posts served different functions than Cape Colony, but created equally exploitative relationships with indigenous peoples. Dutch merchants established fortified factories along the Gold Coast, modern Ghana, to participate in established African commercial networks. These posts traded European-manufactured goods, textiles, metal tools, firearms, alcohol, for African products including gold, ivory, and eventually enslaved human beings. The Dutch entry into West African slave trading began gradually, but expanded rapidly as American plantation agriculture increased demand for enslaved laborers. Initially, Dutch merchants purchased enslaved individuals from African traders who had captured them during warfare or judicial proceedings. The Netherlands' own traditions of legal proceduralism led Dutch slave traders to insist on following proper commercial procedures. Slaves must be legally purchased rather than simply seized, transactions must be properly documented, and contracts must be honoured according to agreed terms. These procedural niceties disguised the systematic brutality of the slave trade, while providing psychological comfort for Dutch participants. WIC officials could convince themselves that they were conducting legitimate commerce, rather than participating in systematic kidnapping. The company's detailed record-keeping documented commercial transactions while obscuring the human suffering they represented. Dutch Reformed ministers could bless slave ships while maintaining that slavery served Christian purposes by exposing Africans to European civilization. The scale of Dutch participation in the Atlantic slave trade grew steadily throughout the 17th and 18th centuries. WIC records document the transportation of over 1 million enslaved Africans to American destinations, making the Dutch the third largest slave trading nation after Portugal and Britain. These official statistics undercount actual numbers, as they exclude individuals who died during capture and transport, illegal trading activities, and transactions conducted by other Dutch companies. The human experience of the Middle Passage under Dutch slave traders paralleled the horrors experienced on ships of other European nations. Enslaved Africans endured systematic violence, sexual abuse, disease, starvation, and psychological torture during voyages that lasted several months. Mortality rates range from 15 to 30%, meaning that hundreds of thousands of individuals died in Dutch shipholds before reaching American destinations. Dutch slave ship architecture reflected the same engineering principles that made Dutch commercial vessels so efficient. Maximum cargo capacity achieved through systematic organization of available space. Enslaved individuals were packed into holds designed according to mathematical calculations that optimized human storage. Men, women, and children were chained in positions that minimized space requirements while maximizing survival rates during ocean voyages. The profits generated by slave trading enabled the WIC to finance its other operations while providing dividends for Dutch investors. Slave trading was integrated into complex commercial networks that connected African, American, and European markets. Ships carried enslaved Africans from West Africa to American plantations, loaded American sugar and tobacco for European markets, then returned to Africa with European manufactured goods to purchase more enslaved laborers. This triangular trade created mutual dependencies between seemingly distant regions, while concentrating profits in European commercial centres. Amsterdam merchants invested in slave trading expeditions, American plantation development, and European sugar refineries. Insurance companies provided coverage for slave cargoes, treating human beings as commercial property subject to standard business risks. Banks financed these operations through credit arrangements that enabled rapid expansion of the Atlantic slave economy. The Wig's African operations also included diplomatic relationships with indigenous African states that supplied enslaved labourers and other commercial products. Dutch merchants negotiated treaties with African rulers that established trading privileges while avoiding territorial conquest. These agreements recognized African sovereignty in principle, while creating commercial relationships that gradually undermined indigenous political autonomy. Some African communities prospered through their participation in Dutch commercial networks. Coastal societies that controlled access to interior markets accumulated wealth and political influence through their intermediary roles. African merchants learned European commercial practices while maintaining their own cultural identities. Some individuals achieved remarkable success within the constraints of colonial commerce, establishing family networks that spanned multiple continents. However, the overall impact of Dutch commercial activities in Africa was profoundly destructive. The slave trade encouraged warfare between African communities as rulers sought captives to exchange for European goods. Traditional political systems were disrupted by the introduction of European weapons and military techniques. Economic relationships were distorted to serve European rather than African needs. Demographic patterns were altered by the systematic removal of millions of young adults who represented the most productive members of their societies. The Dutch Commercial Revolution: Innovation and Exploitation. The wealth extracted from Dutch colonial territories provided the foundation for financial innovations that revolutionized European commerce, while concentrating unprecedented power in the hands of Amsterdam merchants. The 17th century witnessed the emergence of modern capitalism in its recognizable form. Stock exchanges, investment banks, insurance companies, and credit instruments that enabled commercial operations on previously unimaginable scales. These innovations democratized investment opportunities while systematizing colonial exploitation. They created new forms of economic liberty for European investors while financing new forms of bondage for colonial subjects. Amsterdam's transformation into Europe's commercial capital reflected the successful integration of colonial wealth with domestic financial innovation. The city's harbour welcomed ships from across the Dutch Empire, spice-laden vessels from Indonesia, sugar ships from the Caribbean, slave traders from West Africa, and fur-laden boats from North America. Each cargo represented potential profits for investors sophisticated enough to understand emerging financial markets and ruthless enough to ignore the human costs of colonial wealth accumulation. The Amsterdam Stock Exchange, established in 1602 to facilitate investment in the Dutch East India Company, became the model for modern securities markets. For the first time in European history, ordinary citizens could purchase shares in commercial enterprises without participating directly in their management. This innovation enabled the mobilization of capital resources that exceeded the wealth of individual merchants or even sovereign states. Shareholders received dividends based on company profits while limiting their liability to their initial investments. The psychological and social implications of this innovation were as significant as its economic effects. Stock ownership created new forms of identity that transcended traditional social categories. An Amsterdam shopkeeper who purchased Vork shares became a participant in Asian spice trading. A Protestant minister who invested in WX stock became a beneficiary of Caribbean sugar plantations worked by enslaved Africans. These financial relationships connected European investors to colonial enterprises in ways that obscured direct responsibility while enabling indirect participation in systematic exploitation. The Amsterdam Stock Exchange also created new forms of financial speculation that divorced investment from productive economic activity. Shareholders could buy and sell stock without regard to underlying company performance, generating profits through price manipulation rather than commercial development. This speculative activity reached its most notorious expression during the tulip mania of the 1630s, when prices for tulip bulbs rose to extraordinary levels before collapsing catastrophically. The tulip mania demonstrated both the sophistication and the irrationality of Dutch financial markets. Tulips had been introduced to the Netherlands from the Ottoman Empire during the late 16th century. Their exotic beauty and rarity made them symbols of wealth and sophistication among Dutch elites. A futures market developed that enabled investors to purchase contracts for tulip bulbs that would be delivered during the next growing season. Tulip prices rose steadily as demand increased, attracting speculators who saw opportunities for enormous profits. At the mania's peak in 1637, single tulip bulbs sold for prices equivalent to Amsterdam houses. Ordinary citizens mortgaged property to finance tulip investments. Sailors and servants entered the market hoping to achieve wealth through botanical speculation. The frenzy reached such extremes that participants exchanged contracts for tulips that had not yet been planted, creating multiple layers of speculative abstraction. The collapse when it came was as dramatic as the rise. Tulip prices fell by more than 90% within weeks, destroying fortunes and revealing the artificial nature of the entire market. Investors who had borrowed money to purchase tulip contracts faced bankruptcy. Contracts became worthless paper that could not be enforced through legal proceedings. The episode provided an early demonstration of speculative bubbles that would become recurring features of capitalist financial markets. Yet the tulip mania also revealed the sophistication of Dutch financial institutions that contained the crisis and prevented systemic economic collapse. Amsterdam banks maintained sufficient reserves to weather the speculative storm. Legal systems adapted to handle commercial disputes arising from failed tulip contracts. Insurance companies developed new products to protect against speculative risks. The same financial innovations that enabled the tulip mania also provided mechanisms for managing its aftermath. The development of maritime insurance demonstrated another aspect of Dutch commercial innovation that directly connected European financial markets to colonial exploitation. Ocean voyages involved enormous risks from weather, warfare, piracy, and disease. Traditional commercial practices required merchants to bear these risks individually, limiting the scale of possible investments. Dutch insurance companies created new mechanisms for spreading risks among multiple investors, enabling larger and more ambitious commercial enterprises. Maritime insurance policies covered not only ships and cargo, but also human beings transported as slaves. Insurance companies calculated premiums based on statistical analysis of slave mortality rates during ocean voyages. Policies specified compensation levels for enslaved individuals who died during transport, treating human beings as commercial property subject to standard business risks. Some policies included clauses that provided additional compensation for slaves who died from specific causes, creating financial incentives for humane treatment that were often ignored in practice. These insurance innovations enabled the expansion of the Atlantic slave trade by reducing financial risks for individual investors. Ship owners could undertake slave trading voyages without risking their entire fortunes on single expeditions. Insurance companies pooled risks across multiple voyages, generating steady profits from systematic participation in human trafficking. The mathematical precision of actuarial calculations disguised the moral implications of treating human beings as insurable cargo. Dutch banking innovations created additional mechanisms for financing colonial enterprises while concentrating profits in European commercial centres. Amsterdam banks developed sophisticated credit instruments that enabled merchants to finance long-distance trading expeditions without immobilizing their capital for extended periods. Letters of credit allowed Dutch merchants to conduct business in distant markets without transporting precious metals across dangerous ocean routes. Bills of exchange enabled complex international transactions that connected European, African, Asian, and American markets. These financial innovations required new forms of commercial law that could enforce contracts across vast distances and different legal jurisdictions. Dutch legal scholars developed sophisticated frameworks for international commerce that recognized various national legal systems while protecting Dutch commercial interests. Commercial courts specialized in resolving disputes arising from long-distance trade. Legal precedents accumulated that created increasingly detailed frameworks for international business relationships. The concentration of financial innovation in Amsterdam created what historians call the first global financial center. The city's banks, insurance companies, and investment houses coordinated commercial activities across multiple continents. Information flowed to Amsterdam from Dutch commercial outposts worldwide, enabling investors to make informed decisions about market conditions in distant locations. Capital accumulated in Amsterdam was redistributed to finance commercial ventures, wherever profits seemed most promising. This global financial network enabled Dutch merchants to achieve extraordinary commercial efficiencies while systematically exploiting colonial populations. The same credit instruments that facilitated legitimate trade also financed slave trading expeditions. The same insurance policies that protected against commercial risks also encouraged investment in plantation agriculture worked by enslaved laborers. The same stock markets that democratized investment opportunities also concentrated colonial wealth in European hands. The Dutch commercial revolution created new forms of economic freedom for European investors, while systematizing colonial bondage for millions of non-Europeans. Stock ownership enabled ordinary Dutch citizens to participate in global commerce, while remaining psychologically distant from its human costs. Financial innovation democratized investment opportunities while concentrating control over colonial territories in the hands of commercial elites. Banking development facilitated international trade while financing systematic exploitation of indigenous peoples across 3 continents. By 1700, the Dutch had created the first recognizably modern capitalist economy. Financial markets that allocated capital based on profit calculations, commercial law that protected property rights across international boundaries, and investment mechanisms that enabled ordinary citizens to participate in global commerce. These innovations provided models that other European nations would adapt and extend. They also created institutional frameworks that would enable the expansion of colonial exploitation during the 18th and 19th centuries. The human costs of Dutch commercial innovation were enormous but largely invisible to European investors who benefited from colonial wealth. Millions of Africans had been enslaved to work American plantations that supplied raw materials for European markets. Indigenous peoples across 3 continents had been dispossessed to provide land for Dutch commercial operations. Asian populations had been subjected to increasingly oppressive colonial rule that served European rather than local interests. Yet Dutch commercial innovation also created opportunities for some non-Europeans who successfully navigated colonial systems. Chinese merchants prospered in Dutch Asian territories. Some African traders accumulated wealth through participation in Atlantic commercial networks. Indigenous intermediaries achieved influence and prosperity through their roles in Dutch commercial operations. Enslaved individuals occasionally purchased freedom and established independent businesses. These successes, however exceptional, demonstrated that Dutch colonial systems sometimes rewarded collaboration, even as they systematically exploited resistance. The Golden Age of Dutch power represented the fullest expression of the fundamental paradox that defined Dutch civilization. The simultaneous pursuit of liberty and bondage, tolerance and tyranny, innovation and exploitation. The same commercial genius that created modern capitalism also systematized colonial oppression. The same financial innovations that democratized European investment also concentrated global wealth in European hands. The same legal traditions that protected individual rights in Europe also justified systematic dispossession in colonial territories. This paradox would define Dutch imperial development for centuries. The wealth accumulated during the Golden Age would finance further colonial expansion, while creating domestic prosperity that enabled continued innovation. The institutional frameworks developed to manage colonial territories would provide models for later European imperial systems, while creating precedents for systematic exploitation that would endure long after Dutch political control had ended. As the Golden Age reached its zenith around 1700, the Dutch Empire stretched across 3 oceans and 4 continents, connecting markets from the Hudson River to the Java Sea, from the Gold Coast to the Cape of Good Hope. Dutch merchants had created the first global commercial network, while Dutch financial innovations had established Amsterdam as the world's first international financial centre. The small republic that had begun as a rebellion against Spanish tyranny had become the dominant force in world commerce, exercising influence that exceeded the power of much larger European states. Yet this extraordinary success contained the seeds of future decline. The same commercial efficiency that had enabled Dutch expansion would eventually be matched and surpassed by English and French competitors. The same financial innovations that had concentrated wealth in Amsterdam would eventually be adopted by rival financial centres. The same colonial systems that had generated enormous profits would eventually become sources of economic burden and moral embarrassment. The golden age of Dutch power demonstrated both the extraordinary possibilities and the tragic limitations of early modern European civilization. Dutch achievements in commerce, finance, law, and administration were genuinely revolutionary, creating institutional frameworks that would shape global development for centuries. But these achievements were inextricably connected to systematic exploitation of non-European peoples whose suffering provided the foundation for Dutch prosperity. The same communities that had championed human liberty in Europe had created new forms of human bondage across the colonial world, revealing fundamental contradictions that would haunt European civilization for generations to come. The golden age of Dutch commercial supremacy contained within it the seeds of its own destruction. The same maritime prowess that had built a global empire now attracted the envious attention of every European power with ocean-going ambitions. The same commercial networks that generated unprecedented wealth also created vulnerabilities that rival nations could exploit. Most paradoxically, the same principles of free trade and religious tolerance that the Dutch had championed in their rebellion against Spanish tyranny now threatened to undermine their own imperial monopolies when embraced by English, French, and other competitors. By 1650, the Dutch Republic faced a strategic dilemma that would define the remainder of its imperial history. Having achieved commercial dominance through innovation, efficiency, and ruthless competition, the Dutch now found themselves defending established positions against hungrier challengers, employing their own methods against them. The very success of Dutch commercial practices had educated potential rivals about the profits available from systematic colonial exploitation. The same financial innovations that had concentrated capital in Amsterdam now enabled London, Paris, and other European cities to finance their own imperial ventures. This competitive pressure exposed fundamental contradictions in Dutch strategic thinking. A small republic with limited population and resources had achieved global dominance by avoiding expensive territorial commitments while maximizing commercial profits. But maintaining this position required increasingly costly military expenditures to defend scattered possessions against multiple rivals. The Dutch found themselves fighting simultaneous wars on 3 continents, while trying to preserve the commercial advantages that had made such conflicts inevitable. The Anglo-Dutch Wars, mirror images in conflict. No rivalry better illustrated the contradictions of Dutch imperialism than the series of wars with England that dominated the second half of the 17th century. The English and Dutch were natural allies. Both were Protestant nations that had struggled against Catholic tyranny. Both championed parliamentary government over royal absolutism. Both pursued commercial prosperity through maritime expansion. Yet these very similarities made them inevitable enemies, for they sought the same markets, pursued the same trade routes, and employed the same methods to achieve identical objectives. The First Anglo-Dutch War, 1652-1654, began not with grand strategic calculations but with mundane commercial disputes that escalated beyond any rational proportion to their original causes. English merchants complained that Dutch competitors were underselling them in markets from the Baltic to the Mediterranean. Dutch traders protested that English navigation laws excluded them from profitable routes they had pioneered. Both sides accused the other of unfair practices while employing identical methods to secure commercial advantages. The immediate trigger came from England's Navigation Act of 1651, which required goods entering English ports to be carried in English ships or vessels from the producing country. This legislation directly challenged Dutch commercial supremacy by excluding Dutch carriers from the lucrative English trade that had provided crucial profits for Amsterdam merchants. The law embodied the same mercantilist principles that the Dutch had pioneered but turned those principles against their creators. Oliver Cromwell's Commonwealth government justified the Navigation Act using arguments that could have been lifted from Dutch commercial treatises. England needed to protect its maritime industries from unfair competition. English merchants deserved preference in their own markets. National prosperity required systematic support for domestic commerce over foreign rivals. The English were employing Dutch methods to challenge Dutch dominance, creating a conflict between identical principles pursued by competing nations. The war itself revealed both the strengths and limitations of Dutch naval power. Admiral Martin Tromp and Michel de Ruyter commanded the most professional naval force in Europe, with superior ship designs, better trained crews, and more experienced officers. Dutch fleets could outfight any rival in direct combat, as they demonstrated in victories at Dungeness and Scheveningen. Yet the Dutch struggled to translate tactical superiority into strategic advantage against an enemy whose resources roughly matched their own. The English possessed certain structural advantages that would prove decisive in longer conflicts. England's unified government could coordinate military and naval operations more efficiently than the Dutch Republic's federal system. English shipbuilders had access to better timber supplies from North American colonies. The English economy could support military expenditures for longer periods without the commercial disruptions that threatened Dutch prosperity. Most importantly, England's geographic position enabled it to threaten Dutch commerce more easily than the Dutch could disrupt English trade. The Peace of Westminster, 1654, ended the First War without resolving its underlying causes. Both sides agreed to respect each other's territorial claims while maintaining competing interpretations of neutral trading rights. The Dutch secured recognition of their established commercial positions while accepting English exclusion from certain markets. Neither nation achieved its maximum objectives, ensuring that future conflicts remained inevitable. The Second Anglo-Dutch War, 1665–1667, demonstrated how colonial rivalries could transform European diplomatic conflicts into global struggles. The immediate cause was English seizure of New Amsterdam in 1664, violating the existing peace treaty by conquering Dutch colonial territory during nominally peaceful relations. King Charles II's government justified this aggression using the same arguments the Dutch had employed against Spanish and Portuguese territories. Existing colonial claims were invalid, if not effectively maintained. Commercial monopolies violated natural trading rights, and superior force could legitimately displace inferior administration. The loss of New Amsterdam struck at fundamental Dutch principles, while employing those same principles against their original champions. The English argued that Dutch colonial rule in North America was inefficient, exclusionary, and oppressive to local populations, charges that contained enough truth to create uncomfortable parallels with Dutch criticisms of Spanish colonial administration. English officials promised religious tolerance, commercial freedom, and representative government to Dutch colonists who accepted English rule, using Dutch political principles to justify conquest of Dutch territory. The war's global scope revealed how thoroughly colonial considerations had become integrated with European strategic calculations. While English and Dutch fleets fought battles in the North Sea and English Channel, their colonial forces clashed in Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Dutch Admiral de Ruyter's spectacular raid on English ships in the Medway demonstrated Dutch naval capabilities while highlighting the vulnerability of all European nations to attacks on their home waters. English conquest of Dutch forts on the West African coast struck directly at the foundations of Dutch participation in the Atlantic slave trade. The Treaty of Breda, 1667, established a pattern of colonial exchanges that would characterize subsequent Anglo-Dutch agreements. England retained New Amsterdam, renamed New York after the king's brother, while returning conquered Dutch territories in South America and Africa. The Dutch secured confirmation of their spice trade monopolies in return for acknowledging English control over North American territories. Both sides gained something while sacrificing other interests, creating a precedent for treating colonial territories as negotiable assets rather than integral parts of national identity. Yet this apparently rational exchange concealed profound strategic implications that would reshape the balance of global power. England's acquisition of New York provided control over the Hudson River Valley, one of North America's most important commercial routes. The territory's fur trade, agricultural potential and strategic position made it far more valuable than the South American enclaves the Dutch recovered. The English had exchanged temporary colonial gains for permanent strategic advantage, demonstrating superior understanding of long-term imperial development. The Third Anglo-Dutch War, 1672-1674, occurred within the broader context of Louis XIV's aggressive expansion, illustrating how colonial rivalries had become inseparable from European balance of power considerations. The French king's alliance with England created an unprecedented threat to Dutch survival, forcing the Republic to fight simultaneously for its European existence and its global commercial empire. This dual challenge exposed the fundamental tension between Dutch domestic security and imperial ambitions. The war began with coordinated French and English attacks that nearly destroyed the Dutch Republic. Louis XIV's armies invaded Dutch territory while English fleets blockaded Dutch ports, cutting the Republic off from its colonial revenues. The crisis reached such extremes that Dutch officials considered abandoning their overseas empire to concentrate resources on domestic defence. Only William III of Orange's desperate decision to flood Dutch territories by opening the dikes prevented complete French occupation, while naval victories by de Ruyter preserved some access to colonial trade routes. The transformation of William III from defender of Dutch independence to champion of European Protestant resistance demonstrated how religious and political principles could transcend national boundaries when strategic interests aligned. William's marriage to Mary Stuart, daughter of the future James II of England, created personal ties between Dutch and English Protestant elites that would eventually supersede the commercial rivalries that had caused previous wars. The same religious principles that had justified Dutch rebellion against Spanish Catholicism now encouraged cooperation with English Protestantism against French Catholic expansion. The Peace of Westminster, 1674, ending the Third Anglo-Dutch War, reflected the changed strategic situation created by French expansion. England withdrew from its alliance with France while confirming most existing colonial arrangements with the Dutch. Both Protestant maritime powers recognized that their fundamental interests lay in containing French power rather than destroying each other through mutually exhausting conflicts. This strategic realignment would culminate in William III's invasion of England during the Glorious Revolution, 1688, transforming the Dutch from English enemies into English allies. The Fourth Anglo-Dutch War, 1780-1784, occurred in a fundamentally different context, with the Dutch Republic already in decline and Britain emerging as the dominant global power. The American Revolutionary War created opportunities for Dutch merchants to profit from supplying both sides while avoiding formal involvement in the conflict. This commercial opportunism, however, violated British interpretation of neutral trading rights and provided justification for British attacks on Dutch commerce. The war revealed how thoroughly the balance of naval power had shifted in Britain's favour. British fleets could now challenge Dutch commerce in Asian waters while maintaining superior forces in European theatres. The destruction of Dutch naval power at the Battle of Dogger Bank, 1781, demonstrated that the Republic could no longer protect its far-flung commercial empire against determined British attack. The war's conclusion left the Dutch as junior partners in an Anglo-Dutch alliance rather than equals in global competition. The Anglo-Dutch Wars collectively transformed the balance of global power while revealing fundamental contradictions in the principles both nations claimed to champion. England and the Dutch Republic both advocated free trade while creating monopolies, championed religious tolerance while persecuting minorities, and defended popular government while ruling colonial subjects without representation. Their conflicts demonstrated that identical principles could justify contradictory policies when pursued by competing nations seeking the same objectives. The French challenge, absolutism against commerce. France under Louis XIV represented everything the Dutch Republic had rejected in its rebellion against Spanish rule: royal absolutism, Catholic orthodoxy, territorial expansion through military conquest, and subordination of commerce to dynastic ambition. Yet this fundamental ideological opposition did not prevent extensive French-Dutch commercial cooperation or eliminate French envy of Dutch commercial success. The relationship between France and the Dutch Republic embodied the same paradoxes that characterized Dutch imperial expansion: principled opposition coexisting with practical collaboration, religious antagonism alongside commercial partnership, political rivalry combined with cultural exchange. Louis XIV's expansionist ambitions directly threatened Dutch survival by targeting the Spanish Netherlands, the buffer territory that protected the Dutch Republic from French power. French conquest of these provinces would place hostile forces directly on Dutch borders, while eliminating crucial markets for Dutch commerce. The Sun King's policies thus forced the Dutch to choose between their commercial interests and their security concerns, creating strategic dilemmas that would plague the Republic throughout the late 17th and early 18th centuries. The Year of Disaster, 1672, demonstrated the vulnerability of Dutch prosperity to external military pressure. Louis XIV's invasion of Dutch territory, coordinated with English naval attacks, nearly destroyed the Republic that had seemed invincible at the height of its golden age. French armies occupied 3 of the 7 provinces while English fleets blockaded Dutch ports, cutting off the colonial revenues that financed Dutch resistance. The crisis revealed how thoroughly Dutch power depended on maintaining access to global trade routes that could be disrupted by coordinated enemy action. The desperate expedient of flooding Dutch territory by breaking the dikes saved the Republic from French conquest, while symbolizing the contradictions inherent in Dutch civilization. The same hydraulic engineering that had created Dutch prosperity now served defensive purposes that destroyed the agricultural foundations of that prosperity. The same technological mastery that had enabled global expansion now facilitated domestic destruction. The same water that carried Dutch ships to distant markets now protected Dutch homes from foreign armies. William III, of Orange's emergence as the leader of European resistance to French expansion, transformed Dutch strategic calculations in fundamental ways. The young prince represented both continuity with Dutch republican traditions and adaptation to changed circumstances that required new forms of leadership. His willingness to sacrifice Dutch commercial interests to contain French power reversed centuries of Dutch policy that had subordinated political considerations to commercial advantages. The Glorious Revolution, 1688, represented the ultimate expression of Dutch influence on European politics. As William III became King of England while retaining his position as stadtholder of the Dutch Republic, this personal union created unprecedented opportunities for Anglo-Dutch cooperation against French expansion, while raising questions about Dutch independence that would persist throughout William's reign. The same prince who had saved the Dutch Republic from French conquest now subordinated Dutch interests to broader European strategic considerations. William's dual monarchy embodied the fundamental paradox of Dutch political development. A republic that had rejected monarchical authority now depended on a prince who exercised royal power in the most important European kingdom. The same constitutional principles that had limited Orange authority in the Netherlands were suspended to enable William's exercise of absolute power in England. The same religious tolerance that characterized Dutch society was employed to justify the overthrow of a Catholic king who threatened Protestant interests. The War of the League of Augsburg, 1688-1697, demonstrated how thoroughly colonial rivalries had become integrated with European balance of power struggles. French and Dutch forces clashed in the Caribbean, North America and Asia, while their European armies fought campaigns in Flanders and the Rhineland. Colonial territories that had previously been peripheral to European conflicts now became essential components of global strategy that could determine the outcomes of continental wars. In the Caribbean, French and Dutch forces competed for control of strategic islands, while disrupting each other's trade routes and plantation economies. The sugar wealth generated by enslaved African labour had become so crucial to European state finances that protecting colonial revenues was as important as defending metropolitan territories. The same Dutch merchants who preached religious tolerance participated enthusiastically in slave trading operations that supplied labour for both French and Dutch plantations. The Asian theatre revealed similar contradictions as French and Dutch trading companies competed for commercial advantages, while their home governments maintained formal diplomatic relations. The French East India Company, modelled explicitly on the Dutch VOC, employed identical methods to challenge Dutch monopolies in spice markets and textile production. French colonial administrators implemented systems of indigenous control that replicated Dutch practices while claiming moral superiority over Dutch exploitation. The Peace of Ryswick, 1697, established patterns of colonial exchange that would characterize subsequent European treaties. Territorial adjustments in Europe were balanced by colonial concessions that treated distant territories as negotiable assets rather than integral parts of national identity. The Dutch retained most of their Asian possessions while accepting French expansion in North America. Both sides preserved their essential interests while acknowledging each other's legitimate spheres of influence. The War of Spanish Succession, 1701–1714, created unprecedented opportunities for Dutch colonial expansion, while revealing the Republic's declining ability to exploit such advantages. The death of the childless Charles II of Spain left the vast Spanish Empire without a clear heir, creating succession disputes that involved every major European power. The Dutch supported the Austrian Habsburg claim against French Bourbon pretensions, positioning themselves as defenders of European balance against French hegemony. Dutch participation in the Grand Alliance enabled significant territorial gains in the Caribbean and South America. The capture of Spanish territories provided access to markets that had been closed to Dutch commerce for over a century. The weakening of Spanish power created opportunities for Dutch expansion that recalled the great conquests of the early 17th century. Yet the Republic lacked the demographic and financial resources to exploit these opportunities as effectively as previous generations had capitalized on similar advantages. The Treaty of Utrecht, 1713, marked the end of Dutch aspirations to great power status, while confirming the Republic's position as a significant but secondary European nation. The Dutch retained most of their colonial possessions while accepting British dominance in North American and Caribbean territories. The settlement established barriers against further French expansion, while acknowledging British naval supremacy that would prove decisive in subsequent colonial competitions. Competition with other European powers, the narrowing world. The Dutch Republic's competition with England and France overshadowed equally significant rivalries with other European powers that collectively transformed the global balance of colonial influence. Portugal's efforts to recover its Asian and American territories from Dutch control, Spain's gradual revival as a colonial power, and the emergence of new competitors like Denmark and Sweden created multiple challenges that strained Dutch resources while providing opportunities for Dutch enemies to exploit. Portuguese reconquest efforts in Asia and Brazil represented the most sustained challenge to Dutch colonial expansion outside the Anglo-French rivalry. The restoration of Portuguese independence, 1640, had freed Lisbon from Spanish control while creating new opportunities to recover territories lost during the period of dual monarchy. Portuguese colonial forces, supported by indigenous allies and local populations hostile to Dutch rule, systematically challenged Dutch positions throughout the empire. The loss of Dutch Brazil, 1654, demonstrated the limitations of Dutch colonial strategy when confronted by determined resistance supported by local populations. Portuguese colonists had initially accepted Dutch rule when it offered advantages over Portuguese administration, particularly regarding religious tolerance and commercial freedom. However, WIC tax policies, trade restrictions, and military recruitment gradually alienated these same colonists, while Portuguese promises of amnesty and commercial privileges encouraged defection from Dutch authority. The Brazilian campaign revealed fundamental contradictions in Dutch colonial ideology that would recur throughout their imperial history. The same religious tolerance that had attracted Jewish refugees and Protestant minorities to Dutch territories also enabled Portuguese Catholics to maintain their religious practices while organizing resistance to Dutch rule. The same commercial freedom that had generated initial support for WIC administration also created opportunities for Portuguese merchants to undermine Dutch monopolies through smuggling and black market activities. Portuguese success in Brazil encouraged similar resistance movements in other Dutch territories. In Ceylon, Portuguese colonial forces supported by local allies challenged Dutch control over cinnamon-producing regions. In West Africa, Portuguese traders competed with Dutch slave merchants while encouraging local rulers to reject Dutch commercial privileges. Throughout Asia, Portuguese missionary activities maintained networks of Catholic converts who provided intelligence and support for anti-Dutch resistance. The Dutch response to Portuguese challenges demonstrated both the ruthlessness and the limitations of Dutch colonial methods. VOC forces in Asia employed systematic violence to crush Portuguese-supported resistance movements, often employing methods that exceeded even Spanish colonial practices in their brutality. The massacre of Portuguese prisoners and Catholic converts in Ceylon paralleled earlier Dutch actions in the Banda Islands, while revealing how thoroughly Dutch tolerance had been subordinated to commercial and military considerations. Yet Dutch military success against Portuguese challenges came at enormous costs that strained the Republic's financial and demographic resources. Maintaining military forces sufficient to defend scattered colonial possessions against multiple enemies required expenditures that absorbed increasing portions of colonial revenues. The need for military recruits in distant territories competed with domestic labour needs, while tropical diseases decimated Dutch personnel faster than they could be replaced. Spanish colonial revival presented different but equally serious challenges to Dutch imperial interests. The gradual recovery of Spanish power under the Bourbon dynasty created new threats to Dutch Caribbean possessions, while reviving Spanish competition in Pacific markets. Spanish naval forces, rebuilt with French assistance, could again challenge Dutch shipping routes, while Spanish colonial economies provided markets that had been closed to Dutch commerce for generations. The emergence of new European competitors complicated Dutch strategic calculations by creating additional rivals for global markets. Denmark established its own East India Company, 1616, and West India Company, 1671. Directly challenging Dutch monopolies in Asian and Caribbean territories. Danish colonial posts in India competed with Dutch factories for textile markets, while Danish forts on the Gold Coast participated in the Atlantic slave trade that had been dominated by Dutch and Portuguese merchants. Swedish imperial ambitions, despite their brief duration, demonstrated how quickly new competitors could emerge to challenge established Dutch positions. The Swedish Africa Company established trading posts that competed with Dutch slave merchants, while Swedish colonial ventures in North America challenged Dutch control over fur trading networks. Although Swedish imperial expansion proved unsustainable, it revealed the vulnerability of Dutch commercial networks to disruption by even relatively minor competitors. The most serious long-term challenge came from the gradual emergence of British dominance in Indian markets. The English East India Company, initially inferior to the Dutch VOC in both resources and organisation, gradually developed advantages that would eventually enable it to displace Dutch influence throughout the Indian subcontinent. British success reflected superior adaptation to changing Indian political conditions rather than inherent advantages in commercial or military organisation. The decline of Mughal authority created opportunities for European trading companies to acquire territorial control through military intervention in local disputes. The English East India Company proved more willing than the VOC to accept the costs and risks of territorial administration in exchange for the profits available from direct tax collection. Dutch commercial culture, with its emphasis on avoiding expensive territorial commitments, proved poorly adapted to these new circumstances that rewarded political control over commercial flexibility. British success in India also reflected superior financial resources derived from the expanding Atlantic economy. The profits generated by British participation in the slave trade, Caribbean sugar production, and North American territorial expansion provided capital that could be invested in Asian ventures. The Dutch, increasingly dependent on declining Asian revenues to finance their global operations, could not match British investment in Indian territorial expansion. The shifting balance of power in Southeast Asia revealed similar patterns as British influence gradually displaced Dutch dominance. The English East India Company's growing control over Indian markets enabled it to compete more effectively for Southeast Asian spice and textile trades. British naval supremacy, established through victories in the Anglo-Dutch Wars, provided military capabilities that the Dutch could no longer match in distant waters. Internal challenges and governance the Republic divided. The external challenges facing Dutch imperial expansion were compounded by internal divisions that prevented the Republic from responding effectively to changing strategic circumstances. The fundamental tension between provincial autonomy and central authority, which had enabled successful resistance to Spanish rule, now hindered coordinated responses to new threats from multiple European competitors. The same federalism that had protected local privileges now prevented efficient resource mobilization for imperial defense. The conflict between States Party and Orangist political factions reflected deeper disagreements about the Republic's strategic priorities and governmental structure. The States Party, dominated by Amsterdam merchants and their allies, favored policies that maximize commercial profits while avoiding expensive military commitments. This faction supported peace with foreign rivals when possible, while maintaining the provincial autonomy that protected merchant interests from central government interference. The Orangist faction, led by successive princes of Orange and supported by other provinces and military interests, advocated stronger central authority and more aggressive foreign policies. This group argued that Dutch survival required military strength sufficient to deter foreign enemies while maintaining the territorial integrity that protected commercial prosperity. Orangists favoured policies that subordinated immediate commercial advantages to long-term strategic considerations. These factional divisions prevented consistent imperial policies that might have enabled more effective responses to external challenges. Amsterdam's commercial interest often conflicted with national strategic requirements, creating situations where the Republic's richest province pursued policies that undermined collective security. The states of Holland could block military expenditures needed for imperial defence, while other provinces lacked resources to finance adequate colonial forces independently. Religious tensions, despite the Republic's famous tolerance, created additional sources of internal division that complicated imperial governance. The Dutch Reformed Church maintained official status while tolerating other Protestant denominations and providing limited protection for Catholics and Jews. However, this tolerance operated within boundaries that could shift according to political circumstances and popular pressures. Catholic minorities faced particular scrutiny during periods of conflict with France or Spain, when their loyalty to the Protestant Republic was questioned. Jewish communities, while generally protected, encountered restrictions on certain commercial activities that reflected popular prejudices and economic competition. Religious dissent within Protestantism, particularly conflicts between Orthodox Calvinists and more liberal reformers, created additional divisions that political factions could exploit for partisan advantage. Economic inequality, despite overall prosperity, generated social tensions that undermined political stability and military effectiveness. The enormous wealth accumulated by successful merchants contrasted sharply with the poverty experienced by urban labourers and rural farmers. Colonial profits flowed primarily to investor elites, while the taxes needed to finance imperial defence fell disproportionately on ordinary citizens who derived little direct benefit from overseas expansion. These internal contradictions reflected the broader paradoxes that defined Dutch civilization throughout its imperial expansion. A republic founded on principles of popular government had evolved into an oligarchy dominated by merchant elites. A nation that championed religious tolerance maintained official religious establishments while discriminating against minorities. A society that celebrated individual liberty participated enthusiastically in systematic enslavement of Africans and oppression of Asian populations. The cumulative effect of these external challenges and internal divisions was to undermine Dutch imperial power at precisely the moment when maintaining that power required unprecedented coordination and resource mobilization. The same political, social and economic structures that had enabled Dutch expansion during the Golden Age now hindered effective responses to changed circumstances that demanded new approaches to imperial strategy. By 1700, the Dutch Republic remained a significant European power with extensive colonial possessions and substantial commercial influence. However, The peak of Dutch imperial expansion had passed, and the Republic's ability to compete effectively with larger, more unified rivals was increasingly constrained by structural limitations that reflected fundamental contradictions in Dutch society and politics. The conflicts and competition of the late 17th century had revealed both the remarkable achievements and the ultimate limitations of the Dutch imperial experiment. The empire built on principles of tolerance and free trade now faced challenges from competitors employing identical principles more effectively. The commercial innovations that had created Dutch prosperity now served rivals who possessed superior resources and strategic advantages. The same small nation that had once challenged the Spanish Empire now struggled to defend its own imperial possessions against multiple enemies, whose combined resources far exceeded Dutch capabilities. Yet Dutch influence on global development would persist long after Dutch political power had declined. The institutional innovations pioneered during the Golden Age joint stock companies, stock exchanges, maritime insurance, international commercial law would provide foundations for subsequent imperial expansion by other European powers. The colonial administrative systems developed in Indonesia and elsewhere would serve as models for later European colonial governance. The contradictions revealed through Dutch imperial experience would recur in different forms throughout the subsequent history of European expansion. The conflicts and competition that marked the end of Dutch imperial dominance demonstrated both the possibilities and the limitations of early modern European civilization. Dutch achievements in commerce, finance, technology, and administration were genuinely revolutionary, creating new forms of wealth and power that transformed global relationships. But these achievements were inextricably connected to systematic exploitation of non-European peoples whose resistance and suffering revealed the moral costs of European expansion. The same principles that had enabled Dutch liberation from Spanish tyranny had been employed to create new forms of tyranny for peoples across 3 continents, establishing patterns of exploitation and resistance that would define subsequent centuries of global history. The dawn of the 18th century found the Dutch Republic in an impossible position that perfectly embodied the contradictions that had defined its imperial expansion. Having created the world's first truly global commercial empire through principles of tolerance, innovation, and pragmatic flexibility, the Dutch now discovered that these same principles, when adopted by larger and more unified rivals, threatened to destroy everything they had built. The empire that had prospered by challenging established monopolies now found itself defending monopolies against hungrier challengers. The nation that had championed free trade now desperately needed to restrict trade to survive. The republic that had celebrated religious and cultural diversity now required unprecedented unity to face existential threats from multiple directions. Yet rather than simply declining into irrelevance, the Dutch demonstrated remarkable adaptability in transforming their imperial system to meet changed circumstances. The same commercial genius that had created the Golden Age now sought new ways to extract wealth from colonial territories when global dominance was no longer possible. The same administrative innovations that had managed expansion now facilitated contraction and consolidation. The same capacity for principled hypocrisy that had justified tolerance at home and oppression abroad now enabled systematic exploitation disguised as benevolent reform. This transformation would reveal new dimensions of Dutch imperial contradictions. Enlightenment principles of rational governance and human improvement would be employed to intensify colonial exploitation. Liberal ideals of free labour and individual rights would coexist with systematic forced cultivation that exceeded earlier forms of oppression. Scientific modernization and infrastructure development would serve primarily to facilitate more efficient extraction of colonial wealth while creating the illusion of civilizing progress. The decline of the VOC, from innovation to corruption, the Dutch East India Company's transformation from commercial pioneer to bureaucratic dinosaur illustrated how even the most innovative institutions could become prisoners of their own success. The VOC's original competitive advantages, flexible organization, decentralized decision-making, risk-taking entrepreneurship, gradually gave way to rigid hierarchy, centralized control, and risk-averse conservatism that left the company vulnerable to more dynamic competitors. The same institutional innovations that had revolutionized global commerce now hindered adaptation to changing circumstances that required new approaches to Asian markets. By 1700, the VOC had evolved into something its founders would have found unrecognizable. A quasi-governmental bureaucracy more concerned with protecting established privileges than pursuing new opportunities. Company servants who had once been adventurous merchants became cautious administrators, focused on maintaining existing systems rather than developing innovative approaches to changing markets. The entrepreneurial spirit that had driven Dutch expansion was gradually suffocated by regulations, procedures, and institutional inertia that prevented effective responses to new challenges. Financial problems accumulated as military costs exceeded commercial revenues in an ever-widening spiral of imperial overextension. The VOC's Asian territories required larger garrisons to defend against increasingly sophisticated local resistance movements. Dutch fortifications needed constant upgrading to match advances in military technology. Administrative expenses multiplied as territorial expansion necessitated more complex governmental structures. The company that had once generated enormous profits for shareholders now struggled to cover basic operational costs while maintaining dividend payments that preserved investor confidence. The structural problems were compounded by systematic corruption that diverted company resources into private channels while undermining operational efficiency. VOC officials, poorly paid and stationed in distant territories for extended periods, increasingly treated their positions as opportunities for personal enrichment rather than service to company interests. The same commercial flexibility that had enabled successful adaptation to local conditions now facilitated private trading arrangements that competed with official VOC operations. Governor-General Cornelis Speelman's administration, 1681-1684, exemplified both the possibilities and the contradictions of VOC governance during this transitional period. Speelman successfully expanded Dutch control over Java through military campaigns that eliminated the last independent Indonesian kingdoms, while establishing administrative systems that would persist for centuries. His conquest of Makassar, 1669, demonstrated continued Dutch military superiority over Asian forces when properly organized and adequately supplied. Yet Speelman's methods revealed how thoroughly VOC practices had departed from the company's original commercial principles. The systematic elimination of Indonesian political autonomy violated earlier Dutch policies that had preferred indirect rule through cooperative local authorities. The establishment of forced cultivation systems that required peasants to grow specific crops for VOC purchase at fixed prices contradicted free market principles that the Dutch had championed in European contexts. The intensification of slavery and corvée labour exceeded even earlier levels of exploitation, while generating profits that barely covered administrative costs. Speelman's personal enrichment through his governmental position illustrated broader patterns of corruption that were undermining VOC effectiveness throughout Asia. Company officials routinely engaged in private trading that violated their employment contracts, while using their official positions to secure commercial advantages over legitimate competitors. The same insider knowledge that enabled effective company operations also facilitated personal speculation that diverted resources from collective objectives. The emergence of country trading private commerce conducted by VOC employees using company infrastructure created parallel commercial networks that competed with official company operations while avoiding company taxes and regulations. English and other foreign merchants, excluded from direct participation in Dutch territorial markets, could now access those markets through corrupt VOC officials willing to trade privately. The company's monopolistic position was thus undermined from within by its own employees seeking personal advantage. Military expenses consumed increasing portions of company revenues as Asian resistance movements became more sophisticated and better organized. The Javanese Wars of Succession, 1703-1755, demonstrated both Dutch military capabilities and their economic limitations. VOC forces could still defeat any Asian army in direct combat, but the costs of maintaining sufficient troops to control vast territories with hostile populations exceeded the revenues those territories generated. The company's response to these financial pressures revealed how thoroughly its priorities had shifted from commercial innovation to territorial consolidation. Rather than developing new products or markets to generate additional revenues, VOC administrators increasingly focused on intensifying exploitation of existing territories through forced cultivation systems that guaranteed specific production levels regardless of local economic conditions or human costs. The coffee cultivation program implemented in Java during the early 18th century exemplified this new approach to colonial economic development. Javanese peasants were required to dedicate portions of their land to coffee production, while selling their harvest to VOC purchasing agents at prices well below market rates. The system guaranteed company profits while shifting agricultural risks to Indonesian producers who had no voice in determining cultivation requirements or compensation levels. This forced cultivation model generated substantial revenues while creating long-term problems that would plague Dutch colonial administration for centuries. Indonesian agricultural systems were disrupted to serve European market demands rather than local needs. Traditional crop rotation patterns were abandoned to maximize coffee production, leading to soil exhaustion and reduced food security. Local political authorities were co-opted into serving Dutch economic interests rather than protecting their subjects' welfare. The human costs of intensified exploitation were enormous, but largely invisible to European investors and administrators. Javanese peasants faced systematic violence if they failed to meet production quotas while receiving compensation insufficient to support their families. Entire communities were displaced to accommodate new cultivation requirements. Traditional social relationships were destroyed as local authorities became agents of Dutch exploitation, rather than protectors of local interests. Yet the system also created opportunities for some Indonesians who successfully navigated colonial structures while maintaining their own cultural identities. Javanese aristocrats who cooperated with Dutch policies accumulated wealth and influence that enabled them to protect their families and communities within the constraints of colonial rule. Chinese merchants served essential intermediary functions that connected Dutch administrators with local populations while generating profits for themselves. Some Indonesian entrepreneurs developed independent businesses that complemented rather than competed with Dutch operations. The VOC's gradual transformation from commercial company to territorial government reflected broader changes in European colonial practices that were occurring throughout the 18th century. The era of competitive merchant capitalism was giving way to systematic colonial administration, as European powers recognized that controlling territory was more profitable than merely trading with independent societies. This transformation required different skills and institutional structures than the commercial innovation that had characterized early Dutch expansion. The company's administrative evolution created new forms of cultural interaction that would influence Indonesian development for centuries. Dutch colonial law combined European legal principles with local customary practices to create hybrid judicial systems that recognized indigenous rights while protecting Dutch interests. Educational institutions established to train Indonesian administrators for colonial service introduced European knowledge while preserving aspects of traditional learning. Religious policies that tolerated Islamic practices while promoting Christian conversion created complex patterns of cultural adaptation and resistance. By 1750, the VOC had become primarily a governmental institution that maintained commercial operations to justify its continued existence, rather than a commercial enterprise that exercised governmental powers to facilitate trade. This transformation reflected both the success and the failure of Dutch imperial expansion. Successful in creating territorial control over vast populations, but failing to develop sustainable economic relationships that benefited both colonizers and colonized. The company's financial crisis deepened during the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War, 1780-1784, when British naval attacks disrupted Asian trade routes while military expenses consumed remaining reserves. The VOC could no longer maintain dividend payments to shareholders while covering operational costs, revealing the extent of institutional decay that had accumulated over decades of mismanagement and corruption. The final dissolution of the VOC, 1799, marked the end of an era in global commercial development. The company that had pioneered modern corporate organization, international finance, and colonial administration became a cautionary example of institutional sclerosis and imperial overextension. Its assets, debts, and territorial responsibilities passed to the Dutch state, which inherited both the profits and the problems accumulated through 2 centuries of commercial empire building. Napoleonic era and colonial disruption, empire in crisis. The French Revolutionary Wars and Napoleon's subsequent conquests created unprecedented challenges for Dutch colonial administration, while revealing the vulnerability of European imperial systems to disruptions in metropolitan politics. The invasion of the Netherlands, 1795, and the establishment of the Batavian Republic under French protection fundamentally altered the relationship between the Dutch state and its colonial territories. For the first time since achieving independence from Spain, the Dutch faced the prospect of losing their empire not through colonial rebellion or foreign conquest, but through the transformation of their domestic political system by external forces. The Batavian Republic's revolutionary ideology created immediate contradictions with colonial practices that had been justified by traditional Dutch political principles. French revolutionary ideals of human equality, popular sovereignty, and individual rights were fundamentally incompatible with the systematic exploitation of colonial subjects that generated the revenues needed to support the new republic. Dutch revolutionaries who had embraced Enlightenment principles found themselves governing territories where millions of people remained enslaved or subjected to forced labor systems that violated everything the revolution claimed to represent. The Batavian Constitution of 1798 embodied these contradictions by proclaiming universal human rights, while maintaining colonial systems based on systematic denial of those same rights. The document declared that all people were born free and equal while preserving slavery in Dutch Caribbean territories and forced cultivation in Indonesian possessions. Revolutionary rhetoric about popular government coexisted with autocratic colonial administration that excluded subject populations from any meaningful political participation. Patriots who had overthrown the old regime in the name of democratic principles discovered that extending those principles to colonial territories would eliminate the economic foundation of their revolutionary state. The same Enlightenment philosophy that justified resistance to monarchical authority also condemned colonial oppression, creating moral dilemmas that revolutionary leaders resolved by maintaining existing exploitative systems while promising future reforms that were never seriously implemented. The British response to French control over Dutch colonial territories demonstrated how thoroughly colonial competition had become integrated with European balance of power calculations. British forces systematically occupied Dutch colonies to prevent them from serving French strategic interests, while claiming to protect Dutch colonial subjects from French revolutionary violence. This occupation was justified using humanitarian arguments about liberating oppressed peoples from tyrannical rule, the same arguments the Dutch had once employed against Spanish and Portuguese colonial systems. The British conquest of Cape Colony, 1795, established patterns of colonial transition that would recur throughout the Napoleonic period. British administrators initially promised to maintain existing Dutch legal systems, religious practices, and commercial arrangements, while gradually introducing reforms that served British rather than local interests. Dutch colonists were encouraged to remain loyal to their new rulers, while British policies systematically undermined the economic and social foundations of Dutch colonial society. The occupation of Ceylon, 1796, demonstrated British capabilities for absorbing entire colonial systems while maintaining operational continuity. British officials studied Dutch administrative methods, retained effective policies, and recruited Dutch personnel to serve the new regime. The transition was so smooth that many Sinhalese and Tamil communities initially failed to recognize that their rulers had changed, revealing how thoroughly European colonial systems had become divorced from the cultural identities of their metropolitan origins. The British seizure of Dutch possessions in India and the Indonesian archipelago proved more challenging due to the complex political relationships that Dutch authorities had developed with local rulers over centuries of gradual expansion. In Java, British forces faced not only Dutch resistance but also Indonesian political leaders who feared that British occupation might disrupt established arrangements that protected their interests under Dutch rule. Some Indonesian rulers supported Dutch authorities against British invaders, while others attempted to exploit European conflicts to recover their own independence. Governor Thomas Stamford Raffles's administration of Java, 1811-1816, represented the most systematic attempt to transform Dutch colonial methods according to British liberal principles. Raffles abolished forced cultivation systems, established English-style land tenure arrangements, and implemented direct taxation to replace traditional tribute relationships. These reforms reflected Enlightenment beliefs about rational governance and economic efficiency, while serving British strategic interest by weakening Dutch influence over Indonesian societies. Yet Raffles's reforms also revealed the limitations of Enlightenment colonial policy when confronted with established power relationships and economic dependencies. Javanese peasants who had been guaranteed subsistence under Dutch forced cultivation systems found themselves unable to compete in free market arrangements dominated by Chinese merchants and European entrepreneurs. Traditional Javanese aristocrats who had maintained authority through Dutch recognition lost influence under British egalitarian policies that eliminated their ceremonial privileges. The reforms that were intended to liberate Indonesian populations from Dutch oppression often worsened their economic circumstances while providing new opportunities for exploitation by more efficient British commercial interests. The continental system's impact on Dutch colonial trade demonstrated how European conflicts could disrupt global commercial networks that had developed over centuries of gradual expansion. Napoleon's attempt to exclude British goods from European markets forced Dutch merchants to choose between loyalty to their French allies and preservation of colonial trading relationships that were essential for Dutch economic survival. Many Amsterdam merchant houses covertly maintained commercial connections with British partners while officially supporting French policies that threatened to destroy their global operations. Colonial administrators faced impossible dilemmas as they attempted to maintain territorial control while adapting to rapidly changing diplomatic circumstances. In the Caribbean, Dutch officials never knew whether ships approaching their ports carried friend or enemy. As European alliances shifted faster than news could travel across Atlantic distances, Asian territories experienced similar confusion as local rulers attempted to understand how European conflicts affected their relationships with Dutch colonial authorities. The period also witnessed the emergence of new forms of colonial nationalism among Dutch settler communities who found themselves caught between competing European powers. In Cape Colony, some Dutch colonists began to develop distinctive cultural identities that differentiated them from both their European origins and their British rulers. These early Afrikaner communities maintained Dutch language and Calvinist religious practices, while adapting to African circumstances that created unique social relationships with indigenous populations and enslaved labourers. The restoration of Dutch independence, 1813, and the establishment of the Kingdom of the Netherlands under William the Fund created new opportunities for colonial recovery while presenting unprecedented challenges for imperial reorganisation. The new kingdom inherited colonies that had been transformed by British occupation, populations that had adapted to new governmental systems and economic relationships that had been disrupted by decades of warfare and political uncertainty. William VI's approach to colonial restoration reflected both continuity with traditional Dutch imperial practices and adaptation to changed circumstances that required new methods of territorial control. The king recognized that the old VOC system was obsolete, but struggled to develop alternative approaches that could generate necessary revenues while maintaining Dutch control over vast territories with limited military resources. The solution involved unprecedented centralization of colonial authority, combined with systematic intensification of economic exploitation, disguised as enlightened reform. The recovery of Java, 1816, provided the most important test of Dutch adaptability to post-Napoleonic imperial circumstances. Prince Diponegoro's rebellion, 1825-1830, demonstrated both the continued vitality of Indonesian resistance to colonial rule and the enhanced brutality of Dutch responses to such resistance. The Java War resulted in over 200,000 Indonesian deaths, while costing the Dutch treasury enormous sums that strained the kingdom's finances for decades. Yet Dutch victory established territorial control more complete than anything achieved during the VOC period, while providing precedents for systematic economic exploitation that would define Dutch colonial policy throughout the 19th century. The war's aftermath revealed how thoroughly Dutch colonial ideology had evolved to incorporate Enlightenment principles while maintaining exploitative practices. Dutch officials justified intensified control over Javanese society as necessary for protecting Indonesian peoples from the chaos and violence that had characterized the rebellion period. Forced cultivation was reintroduced not as economic exploitation, but as rational agricultural policy that would modernize Indonesian society while generating revenues needed for further civilizational improvements. The same humanitarian rhetoric that had justified Dutch resistance to Spanish tyranny now rationalized Dutch tyranny over Indonesian populations. Colonial recovery and reorganization in the culture system. King William I's response to the financial crisis created by the Java War represented one of the most systematic attempts in colonial history to extract maximum wealth from subject populations while maintaining the appearance of enlightened governance. The culture system, Cultuurstelsel, implemented in Java after 1830 combined traditional Dutch commercial efficiency with modern bureaucratic organization to create an exploitative machine of unprecedented sophistication and brutality. The system demonstrated how Enlightenment principles of rational administration could intensify rather than ameliorate colonial oppression when employed by administrators primarily concerned with generating revenue for European purposes. Governor-General Johannes van den Bosch, the system's architect, embodied the paradoxes that characterized 19th century Dutch colonial policy. A former military officer with experience in European banking and American agriculture, Van den Bosch combined practical knowledge of different economic systems with idealistic beliefs about the possibility of reforming colonial relationships to benefit both colonizers and colonized. He genuinely believed that forced cultivation would modernize Javanese agriculture while generating revenues needed for Dutch national development and Indonesian infrastructural improvements. The culture system's theoretical foundation rested on Enlightenment assumptions about rational economic development that ignored both indigenous needs and local environmental conditions. Van den Bosch calculated that Indonesian peasants used only 1/5 of their time for subsistence agriculture, leaving 4/5 available for cash crop production that could generate enormous profits if properly organized. This analysis treated Indonesian labor as a resource to be optimized rather than recognizing Indonesian peoples as autonomous agents with their own economic priorities and cultural values. The system's implementation revealed how thoroughly Dutch colonial administration had evolved beyond the relatively decentralized VOC approach towards systematic bureaucratic control over every aspect of indigenous life. Javanese villages were required to dedicate 1/5 of their agricultural land to crops specified by Dutch authorities, while providing the labor needed to cultivate, harvest, and process those crops according to European standards. The compensation provided was calculated according to Dutch estimates of production costs, rather than Indonesian assessments of labor value or opportunity costs. Coffee became the system's most important product, transforming Java into the world's largest coffee producer within 2 decades of the system's implementation. Javanese peasants who had never consumed coffee were required to cultivate it under Dutch supervision, while selling their harvest to government purchasing agents at prices well below international market rates. The profits generated estimated at over 800 million guilders during the system's 40-year operation, provided crucial revenues that enabled Dutch recovery from the financial devastation of the Napoleonic Wars while financing domestic infrastructure projects that modernized the Netherlands. Yet the culture system's economic success came at human costs that exceeded even earlier levels of colonial exploitation. Javanese peasants faced systematic violence if they failed to meet production quotas while receiving compensation insufficient to support their families during crop failures or market disruptions. Traditional food security systems were undermined as rice cultivation was reduced to accommodate cash crop requirements. Population growth accelerated during periods of good harvests, but led to catastrophic famines when weather or pest problems reduced crop yields. The system's administrative requirements necessitated unprecedented intervention in traditional Indonesian social relationships. Dutch officials established detailed records of individual peasant obligations, while creating bureaucratic hierarchies that extended colonial authority into village-level decision-making processes. Javanese aristocrats were co-opted into serving as intermediaries who enforced Dutch policies while maintaining ceremonial positions that legitimized colonial rule in traditional terms. This administrative integration created new forms of cultural hybridization, as Indonesian elites adapted to European governmental methods while preserving aspects of traditional authority. The same Javanese administrators who collected taxes for Dutch authorities also maintained customary ceremonies that reinforced indigenous cultural identities. Dutch colonial law combined European legal principles with traditional adat customs to create judicial systems that recognized local practices while serving colonial administrative needs. Educational policies established to train Indonesian administrators for colonial service created additional opportunities for cultural interaction and adaptation. Dutch language schools introduced European knowledge systems while providing access to global intellectual networks that enabled some Indonesian students to develop sophisticated critiques of colonial policy. The same educational opportunities that were intended to create compliant colonial subjects also provided intellectual tools that would later support Indonesian independence movements. The culture system's success encouraged Dutch expansion into other Indonesian territories that had remained largely independent during the VOC period. The Padri Wars in Sumatra, 1821-1838, and the conquest of Bali, 1846-1849, extended Dutch territorial control while providing new opportunities to implement forced cultivation systems. These military campaigns were justified using humanitarian arguments about eliminating slavery, suppressing religious extremism, and protecting indigenous peoples from local tyrants. The same arguments European powers had long employed to rationalize colonial conquest. The systematic conquest of the Indonesian archipelago during the mid-19th century demonstrated both Dutch military capabilities and the limitations of indigenous resistance movements that lacked access to modern weapons and organizational methods. Traditional Indonesian warfare, based on guerrilla tactics and local knowledge, proved ineffective against Dutch forces equipped with modern artillery and supported by systematic intelligence networks developed through decades of colonial administration. Yet conquest also revealed the continuing importance of local collaboration for successful colonial control. Dutch forces depended heavily on Indonesian auxiliaries who provided military service in exchange for protection from traditional enemies or opportunities for social advancement within colonial hierarchies. Some Indonesian rulers maintained power by accepting Dutch suzerainty, while others were eliminated for resisting colonial expansion. The same pragmatic approach that had characterized VOC expansion continued to influence Dutch imperial policy even as the scale and intensity of colonial control increased dramatically. The development of modern communication and transportation infrastructure during this period created new possibilities for colonial administration while demonstrating Dutch commitment to long-term territorial control. Telegraph lines connected Java with Batavia and ultimately with Amsterdam, enabling rapid coordination of colonial policy with metropolitan politics for the first time in Dutch imperial history. Road construction and harbour improvements facilitated more efficient resource extraction, while providing employment opportunities that integrated Indonesian labour into colonial economic systems. These infrastructure projects were financed entirely by colonial revenues while serving primarily Dutch rather than Indonesian needs. The same roads that enabled more efficient administrative control also facilitated military suppression of local resistance. The same telegraph lines that improved colonial governance also enabled more systematic economic exploitation. Infrastructure development was presented as evidence of Dutch civilizing influence, while actually intensifying forms of control that limited Indonesian autonomy. The culture system's evolution during the 1840s and 1850s revealed how colonial policies could be modified to address metropolitan criticism while maintaining essential exploitative features. Liberal critics in the Netherlands condemned the system's forced labour requirements as incompatible with modern civilized governance, forcing Dutch colonial administrators to develop new justifications for continued economic exploitation of Indonesian populations. The response involved gradual transition from overt coercion to more subtle forms of economic pressure that achieved similar results while appearing more compatible with liberal principles. Javanese peasants were granted theoretical freedom to choose their crops, while taxation systems and market arrangements made cash crop cultivation virtually mandatory for economic survival. Forced labour requirements were replaced by wage employment at rates so low that workers had no practical alternative to accepting Dutch employment terms. These modifications enabled Dutch authorities to claim that the culture system had been reformed to eliminate its most objectionable features while maintaining the revenue generation that had made the system so attractive to Dutch policymakers. The same systematic exploitation continued under new administrative arrangements that provided better public relations while preserving essential economic relationships that concentrated Indonesian wealth in Dutch hands. Liberal reforms and ethical policy enlightened exploitation. The gradual abandonment of the culture system after 1870 reflected both changing Dutch political circumstances and evolving European attitudes toward colonial administration that emphasized moral improvement alongside economic exploitation. The liberal colonial policy that replaced forced cultivation represented not humanitarian reform, but sophisticated adaptation of exploitative methods to changed international circumstances that required more subtle approaches to extracting colonial wealth while maintaining European moral credibility. The abolition of the culture system coincided with broader transformations in Dutch society that brought liberal political parties to power while expanding democratic participation in metropolitan politics. These developments created pressure for colonial reforms that would demonstrate Dutch commitment to Enlightenment principles while preserving the economic benefits that colonial empire provided for Dutch national development. The challenge involved developing new forms of colonial control that could generate necessary revenues without employing methods that embarrassed Dutch liberals in international contexts. The liberal colonial policy emphasized private enterprise and free market principles as alternatives to governmental control over colonial economic development. Dutch and other European investors were encouraged to establish plantations, mining operations, and commercial enterprises in Indonesian territories while competing freely for labor and resources. This shift from governmental to private exploitation was presented as liberalization that would benefit indigenous populations through exposure to modern commercial methods and competitive wage employment. Yet the reality of liberal colonial policy revealed how market freedom could intensify, rather than ameliorate colonial exploitation, when implemented within power structures that systematically disadvantaged indigenous populations. Indonesian peasants who had been guaranteed subsistence under the culture system found themselves competing in labour markets dominated by European and Chinese employers who possessed far superior capital resources and governmental connections. Traditional land tenure arrangements were systematically undermined to facilitate European agricultural development, while providing minimal compensation for displaced Indonesian communities. The introduction of private plantation agriculture created new forms of labour exploitation that exceeded the systematic brutality of earlier forced cultivation systems. Plantation owners, operating under competitive pressures to maximize profits, employed working conditions and compensation arrangements that prioritized short-term productivity over worker welfare or long-term sustainability. Indonesian laborers faced systematic violence, family separation, and economic insecurity, while producing crops that generated enormous profits for European investors and minimal benefits for indigenous communities. The Coolie labour system, developed to supply plantation agriculture with adequate workers, represented one of the most systematic forms of labour exploitation in colonial history. Indonesian, Chinese and Indian workers were recruited through contracts that legally bound them to specific employers for extended periods while providing compensation and working conditions that differed little from slavery. The legal fiction of voluntary contract employment disguised coercive recruitment methods and exploitative working arrangements that violated every principle of free labour that liberals claimed to champion. Dutch colonial law provided theoretical protections for contract labourers, while creating administrative procedures that made those protections virtually unenforceable in practice. Workers could appeal to colonial courts for redress of grievances, but legal procedures required knowledge, resources and time that were unavailable to labourers struggling for basic survival. Plantation owners possessed sufficient influence over local colonial administrators to ensure that labour regulations were interpreted in ways that served employer rather than worker interests. The development of modern transportation and communication infrastructure during this period facilitated more systematic resource extraction while demonstrating Dutch commitment to civilizational improvement. Railway construction connected plantation regions with ports, while enabling more efficient movement of military forces to suppress local resistance. Telegraph networks improved coordination between colonial administrators and plantation managers, while providing better intelligence about potential security threats. These infrastructure projects were financed through colonial revenues and foreign investment, while serving primarily European rather than Indonesian needs. Railway lines were designed to transport export crops rather than facilitate Indonesian travel or trade. Telegraph systems connected European commercial interests while excluding Indonesian communities from modern communication networks. Harbour improvements accommodated larger European vessels while displacing traditional Indonesian fishing and trading communities. The emergence of Indonesian nationalism during the late 19th century created new challenges for Dutch colonial administration that required more sophisticated responses than simple military suppression. Indonesian intellectuals, educated in Dutch schools and exposed to European political ideas, began developing critiques of colonial policy that employed Enlightenment principles to challenge Dutch rule. The same educational opportunities that were intended to create loyal colonial subjects provided intellectual tools that enabled systematic resistance to colonial authority. The Dutch response involved incorporating limited Indonesian participation in colonial administration while maintaining essential features of exploitative control. Indonesian aristocrats were appointed to advisory councils that provided the appearance of indigenous representation without actual influence over colonial policy. Educational opportunities were expanded to create larger cadres of Indonesian administrators, while ensuring that those administrators remained subordinate to European supervisors and committed to colonial objectives. The ethical policy announced in 1901 represented the culmination of liberal colonial reform while embodying all the contradictions that had defined Dutch imperial expansion since its inception. The new policy promised to repay the debt of honour that the Netherlands owed to Indonesian peoples through investments in education, infrastructure, and economic development that would prepare Indonesia for eventual self-governance. This humanitarian rhetoric disguised continued economic exploitation, while providing moral justification for extended colonial control during the indefinite period required for Indonesian development. Queen Wilhelmina's proclamation of the ethical policy employed language that could have been drawn from Dutch revolutionary documents of the 1570s, promising liberation from tyranny, protection of individual rights, and gradual progress towards self-governance. Yet the policy's implementation revealed how thoroughly liberal rhetoric could be employed to rationalize systematic oppression when applied within colonial power structures that prevented effective indigenous political participation. Educational expansion under the ethical policy created new opportunities for Indonesian intellectual development, while serving Dutch administrative needs for trained indigenous personnel. Dutch language schools proliferated throughout the archipelago, providing access to European knowledge systems while creating employment opportunities in colonial government and European commercial enterprises. Some Indonesian students received advanced education in the Netherlands, gaining exposure to democratic political ideas and international intellectual networks. Yet educational policy remained subordinate to colonial control objectives that limited Indonesian access to knowledge and opportunities that might challenge Dutch authority. Medical and legal education were restricted to ensure continued European dominance over prestigious professions. Advanced technical training was provided only in fields that served colonial economic development. Political education was carefully controlled to prevent exposure to ideas about popular sovereignty or national self-determination that might inspire systematic resistance to colonial rule. Infrastructure development accelerated under the ethical policy while serving primarily extractive rather than developmental purposes. Road construction, harbour improvement, and communication network expansion facilitated more efficient resource extraction, while demonstrating Dutch commitment to Indonesian modernization. Public health initiatives reduced epidemic diseases that threatened both Indonesian populations and European colonial personnel, while improving labor productivity for plantation and mining operations. Economic development programs emphasized increased Indonesian participation in cash crop production and wage employment, rather than development of independent Indonesian industries that might compete with Dutch manufacturing. Agricultural extension services taught improved cultivation methods, while ensuring that increased productivity served export markets rather than local food security. Credit programs provided limited access to capital, while creating debt relationships that bound Indonesian farmers to Dutch commercial networks. The ethical policy's most significant contradiction involved promising eventual self-governance while implementing administrative changes that strengthened rather than weakened Dutch colonial control. New governmental institutions provided theoretical opportunities for Indonesian political participation while ensuring that real decision-making authority remained concentrated in Dutch hands. Advisory councils and representative assemblies were established with carefully limited powers that prevented effective challenge to colonial policy while providing the appearance of democratic governance. Dutch colonial administrators justified these limitations using paternalistic arguments about Indonesian unpreparedness for self-governance that required extended periods of European tutelage before independence could be considered. The same evolutionary thinking that had rationalized earlier forms of colonial exploitation now provided scientific justification for continued colonial control disguised as preparation for eventual freedom. Indonesian political development was portrayed as a gradual process that required Dutch guidance to prevent chaos and violence that might result from premature independence. The emergence of Indonesian independence movements during the early 20th century revealed both the possibilities and the limitations of the ethical policy's approach to colonial reform. Indonesian intellectuals who had been educated in Dutch schools employed European political ideas to develop sophisticated critiques of continued colonial rule, while organizing political movements that challenged Dutch authority through legal and constitutional methods. The same educational opportunities that were intended to create loyal colonial subjects provided tools for systematic resistance to colonial oppression. Dutch responses to Indonesian nationalism demonstrated the fundamental limits of liberal colonial policy when confronted with demands for genuine political equality. Colonial administrators who had proclaimed commitment to Indonesian development proved unwilling to accept the logical consequences of that development when it led to challenges to Dutch authority. The same paternalistic concern for Indonesian welfare that had justified the ethical policy was employed to rationalize systematic suppression of Indonesian political movements that demanded immediate rather than eventual self-governance. By 1914, the Dutch colonial system had evolved into its most sophisticated and contradictory form. Liberal reforms had eliminated the most obviously brutal features of earlier exploitation, while creating new mechanisms of control that were more subtle but equally effective in concentrating Indonesian wealth in Dutch hands. Educational and infrastructure development had created genuine improvements in living conditions for some Indonesian populations, while strengthening rather than weakening colonial authority over Indonesian society as a whole. The transformation and adaptation of Dutch colonial rule during the 19th century demonstrated both the resilience and the fundamental contradictions of European imperial systems. Dutch success in maintaining control over vast territories with limited resources reflected remarkable administrative sophistication and cultural adaptability. Yet this success was achieved through systematic denial of the same principles of human equality and political freedom that the Dutch claimed to champion in their own national development. The same Enlightenment ideas that had inspired Dutch resistance to Spanish tyranny were employed to rationalize Dutch tyranny over Indonesian populations. The same liberal principles that had expanded democratic participation in the Netherlands were used to justify exclusion of Indonesian peoples from meaningful political representation. The same humanitarian concern that had motivated social reform in Dutch society was twisted to rationalize continued exploitation of colonial subjects whose welfare remained subordinate to Dutch economic and strategic interests. These contradictions would prove increasingly unsustainable as the 20th century progressed, and Indonesian nationalism developed more sophisticated organizational methods and international support. The Dutch colonial system had adapted successfully to changing circumstances for over 3 centuries, but the fundamental challenge of reconciling liberal democratic principles with systematic colonial oppression would ultimately prove impossible to resolve through administrative reform or humanitarian rhetoric. The same adaptability that had enabled Dutch imperial expansion would eventually facilitate decolonization, as Dutch administrators discovered that maintaining colonial control was incompatible with the democratic principles they claimed to represent. The 20th century would expose every contradiction that had sustained Dutch imperial expansion for 3 centuries, revealing the impossibility of reconciling democratic principles with colonial oppression in an era of global communication and universal human rights. The same small nation that had pioneered resistance to tyranny would find itself cast as the oppressor in independence struggles across 3 continents. The same Enlightenment principles that had justified Dutch rebellion against Spanish rule would be turned against Dutch colonial authority by subject peoples demanding the same freedoms the Dutch had claimed for themselves. Most ironically, the Dutch would fight desperately for their own liberation from German occupation, while simultaneously denying liberation to Indonesian, Caribbean, and African populations who employed identical arguments for identical purposes. This final century of Dutch imperialism would demonstrate how thoroughly colonial relationships had become incompatible with the democratic values that defined modern European civilization. Every attempt to reform colonial systems to address indigenous grievances only revealed more fundamental contradictions between liberal rhetoric and exploitative practice. Every concession to colonial nationalism created precedents for further demands that ultimately challenged the entire foundation of imperial control. The Dutch, who had created the most adaptable and sophisticated colonial system in European history, discovered that no amount of administrative flexibility could reconcile systematic oppression with genuine respect for human dignity. The world wars would serve as catalysts for decolonization by exposing the weakness of European powers while providing colonized peoples with new organizational methods, international support, and ideological justifications for independence movements. The Atlantic Charter's proclamation of self-determination, the United Nations' commitment to human rights, and the emergence of the United States and Soviet Union as anti-colonial superpowers created international contexts that made continued European colonial control increasingly untenable. Yet Dutch responses to decolonization would reveal persistent patterns of thinking that had characterized their imperial expansion from the beginning. Dutch officials would continue to believe that their colonial subjects genuinely benefited from European rule, despite overwhelming evidence of indigenous desire for independence. They would maintain that gradual reform could satisfy nationalist demands while preserving essential features of colonial control. They would employ violence to suppress independence movements while claiming to protect colonized peoples from chaos and extremism. These contradictions, which had been sustainable when Europeans possessed overwhelming military and technological advantages, became increasingly destructive as global power relationships shifted against continued colonial control. World War I and neutrality, empire in a global conflict. The outbreak of World War I in 1914 confronted the Dutch with strategic dilemmas that perfectly illustrated the contradictions inherent in their position as a small European democracy governing a vast colonial empire. The Netherlands' successful maintenance of neutrality during the conflict reflected both skillful diplomacy and geographic advantages, but it also revealed how thoroughly Dutch prosperity depended on colonial relationships that were fundamentally incompatible with the democratic principles they claimed to represent in European contexts. Dutch neutrality policy was justified using the same arguments that had originally motivated their rebellion against Spanish rule. Small nations had the right to determine their own political arrangements without interference from larger powers. Religious and cultural diversity should be protected against homogenizing pressures, and commercial relationships should be maintained regardless of political conflicts between trading partners. These principles, which had served Dutch interests effectively during their struggle for independence, now provided protection against involvement in European conflicts that might threaten their global commercial empire. Yet maintaining neutrality required systematic cooperation with both sides in a conflict where fundamental moral principles appeared to be at stake. Dutch officials traded with German forces occupying Belgium while providing humanitarian assistance to Belgian refugees. They supplied raw materials essential for German military production, while maintaining commercial relationships with British and French colonial territories. They proclaimed commitment to international law while tolerating violations of that law when intervention might threaten their own strategic interests. The colonial territories played crucial roles in Dutch neutrality calculations that revealed the economic foundations of their political independence. Indonesian spices, Caribbean sugar, and South American resources provided revenues essential for financing the military forces needed to defend Dutch territorial integrity against potential German invasion. Colonial markets absorbed Dutch-manufactured goods that could not be exported to European territories affected by the war. Colonial populations supplied raw materials and military recruits that enabled the Netherlands to maintain its strategic position without direct participation in European combat. This economic dependence on colonial empire created moral contradictions that became increasingly difficult to justify as the war progressed and its ideological character became more apparent. Dutch officials who proclaimed commitment to democratic values and human rights governed territories where millions of people remained excluded from political participation and subjected to economic exploitation that violated every principle the Allies claimed to be defending against German militarism. The wartime treatment of Indonesian nationalism revealed how thoroughly Dutch colonial policy remained committed to authoritarian control, despite democratic rhetoric employed in European contexts. When Indonesian intellectuals organized political movements inspired by Wilson's 14 Points and the principle of national self-determination, Dutch colonial administrators responded with systematic suppression that employed methods indistinguishable from those used by German occupying forces in Belgium and northern France. The Sarekat Islam, founded in 1912 as a commercial organization to protect Indonesian Muslim traders against Chinese competition, evolved during the war into a mass political movement that demanded significant reforms in colonial administration. The organization's moderate leadership, led by figures like Emersaid Djokro-Aminoto, employed legal and constitutional methods to petition for expanded Indonesian participation in colonial government, while carefully avoiding direct challenges to Dutch sovereignty. Dutch responses to these moderate demands revealed the fundamental limits of liberal colonial policy when confronted with serious indigenous political organization. Colonial administrators who had proclaimed commitment to gradual Indonesian political development proved unwilling to accept the logical consequences of that development when it led to organized demands for meaningful political representation. The same paternalistic concern for Indonesian welfare that had justified the ethical policy was employed to rationalize systematic exclusion of Indonesian voices from political discussions about Indonesian futures. The 1918 establishment of the Volksraad, People's Council, demonstrated both Dutch willingness to make symbolic concessions to Indonesian nationalism and their determination to preserve essential features of colonial control. The Advisory Assembly included Indonesian representatives alongside Dutch and other European members, creating the appearance of democratic representation while ensuring that real decision-making authority remained concentrated in Dutch hands. Indonesian councillors could debate colonial policies and propose reforms, but they lacked power to compel Dutch authorities to implement changes that might threaten colonial economic or strategic interests. The wartime economic boom created new opportunities for some Indonesian entrepreneurs, while intensifying exploitation of Indonesian agricultural and labour resources. Increased global demand for Indonesian products generated profits that enriched both Dutch colonial authorities and Indonesian intermediaries who successfully navigated colonial commercial systems. Some Indonesian businesses accumulated sufficient capital to establish independent operations that competed with Dutch enterprises in local markets. Yet the overall impact of wartime economic development served Dutch rather than Indonesian interests while creating new forms of dependency that strengthened rather than weakened colonial control. Indonesian agricultural systems were further reoriented toward export production at the expense of local food security. Traditional craft industries declined as Indonesian markets were flooded with imported manufactured goods. Urban Indonesian populations became increasingly dependent on wage employment in European-controlled enterprises, while rural communities faced systematic pressure to participate in cash crop production systems that served colonial revenue requirements. The emergence of more radical Indonesian nationalist movements during the final war years reflected growing frustration with the limitations of moderate reform approaches. The Indonesian Communist Party, founded in 1920, attracted support from Indonesian workers and peasants, who had concluded that gradual reform could not address the fundamental injustices of colonial rule. These radical movements employed Marxist analyses of colonial exploitation while drawing on traditional Indonesian concepts of social justice and political autonomy. Dutch suppression of radical nationalism revealed how thoroughly colonial authorities prioritized stability over justice when faced with systematic challenges to colonial control. The communist uprisings of 1926-1927 in Java and Sumatra were crushed with systematic violence that exceeded earlier Dutch responses to Indonesian resistance. Thousands of Indonesian political activists were imprisoned or executed, while many others were exiled to remote territories, where they could not organize continued resistance to Dutch rule. The international context of the post-war period created new challenges for Dutch colonial policy, as concepts of national self-determination and human rights gained broader acceptance in international law and diplomatic practice. The League of Nations mandate system, while limited to former German and Ottoman territories, established precedents for international supervision of colonial administration that threatened to undermine European claims to unlimited sovereignty over colonial subjects. Dutch officials responded to these developments by emphasizing their commitment to gradual Indonesian political development, while maintaining that Indonesia was not yet ready for the self-governance that was being granted to European territories with similar or inferior levels of economic and educational development. The same evolutionary arguments that had long justified colonial control were now employed to explain why Indonesians, unlike Europeans, required extended periods of tutelage before they could be trusted with political independence. Interwar colonial developments, the rise of Indonesian nationalism. The period between the world wars witnessed the emergence of sophisticated Indonesian independence movements that employed European political ideas and organizational methods to challenge the intellectual and moral foundations of Dutch colonial rule. Indonesian nationalism during this era transcended earlier patterns of localized resistance or religious-based opposition to develop comprehensive critiques of colonialism that drew on global intellectual networks while remaining rooted in Indonesian cultural traditions and political aspirations. The economic disruptions of the Great Depression created new grievances while providing Indonesian nationalists with additional evidence that colonial economic systems served European rather than Indonesian interests. The collapse of global commodity prices devastated Indonesian agricultural communities that had been integrated into export-oriented production systems, while Dutch colonial authorities maintained tax collection and administrative expenses that absorbed increasing proportions of declining Indonesian incomes. Indonesian peasants who had been encouraged to specialize in cash crop production found themselves unable to meet basic subsistence needs when global markets collapsed. Traditional food security systems had been systematically undermined to accommodate colonial economic requirements, leaving rural communities vulnerable to market fluctuations beyond their control. The human costs of these economic disruptions were enormous, with malnutrition and famine affecting millions of Indonesians, while colonial authorities prioritized debt service and administrative expenses over Indonesian welfare. Dutch responses to Depression-era economic crisis revealed the fundamental priorities that had always guided colonial policy despite humanitarian rhetoric employed to justify European rule. Colonial budgets were balanced through reduced expenditure on Indonesian education, healthcare and infrastructure development, while maintaining full funding for military forces needed to suppress potential resistance movements. Indonesian welfare was systematically subordinated to fiscal responsibility measures that protected Dutch financial interests. The emergence of Sukarno as the leading spokesman for Indonesian independence represented a new phase in nationalist political development that combined sophisticated understanding of international politics with charismatic appeal to Indonesian popular aspirations. Sukarno's educational background, which included engineering training as well as exposure to European political theory, enabled him to develop critiques of colonialism that employed Western intellectual frameworks while articulating distinctively Indonesian visions of post-colonial political development. Sukarno's founding of the Indonesian Nationalist Party, PNI, in 1927 marked the first systematic attempt to create a mass political organization dedicated explicitly to achieving Indonesian independence rather than merely reforming colonial administration. The party's platform combined political nationalism with economic critiques of colonial exploitation, religious appeals to Indonesian Islamic identity, and cultural celebration of Indonesian civilization that had flourished before European conquest. The PNI's rapid growth demonstrated the extent of Indonesian frustration with colonial rule, despite decades of Dutch claims about the benefits of European civilization. Within 2 years of its founding, the party had attracted thousands of members across the Indonesian archipelago, while inspiring the creation of affiliated organizations among Indonesian students, workers, women and youth. Dutch suppression of the PNI and the imprisonment of Sukarno in 1929 demonstrated both the threat that organized nationalism posed to colonial control and the limitations of repressive responses to mass political movements. Sukarno's trial provided a platform for articulating comprehensive critiques of colonialism that reached international audiences while establishing him as a martyr whose imprisonment only increased his popular appeal among Indonesian populations. Sukarno's courtroom defense, published as Indonesia Menggugat, Indonesia Accuses, remains one of the most systematic indictments of European colonialism produced by any independence leader. The document employed Dutch legal principles and European political theory to demonstrate that colonial rule violated every standard of justice and human dignity that Europeans claim to uphold in their own societies. Sukarno's arguments expose the fundamental contradictions between democratic rhetoric and colonial practice that had characterized Dutch imperial expansion since its inception. The development of alternative nationalist organizations during Sukarno's imprisonment revealed the breadth and sophistication of Indonesian political development during the interwar period. Muhammad Hatta's Indonesian Student Association attracted support among Indonesian intellectuals studying in the Netherlands, while maintaining connections with nationalist movements throughout Asia and Africa. Sultan Syahriar's Socialist Party developed systematic analyses of colonial economic exploitation, while building organizational networks among Indonesian workers and peasants. These diverse nationalist movements shared common critiques of colonial rule, while reflecting the complexity of Indonesian society and the variety of approaches to achieving independence. Islamic organizations emphasized religious dimensions of resistance to Christian European domination. Socialist movements focused on economic exploitation and class conflict between European capitalists and Indonesian workers. Cultural nationalists celebrated Indonesian artistic and intellectual achievements that contradicted European claims about Indonesian inferiority. The unity of these diverse movements around the goal of independence demonstrated that Indonesian nationalism had transcended regional, religious, and class divisions that Dutch colonial authorities had long exploited to maintain political control. The same administrative strategies that had enabled Dutch expansion through divide-and-conquer methods now proved ineffective against nationalist movements that had developed common identity and shared political objectives. Dutch colonial responses to the growth of Indonesian nationalism revealed persistent patterns of thinking that had characterized European colonial attitudes since the earliest period of imperial expansion. Colonial administrators continued to believe that Indonesian independence movements represented the work of small groups of agitators who manipulated essentially loyal populations through demagogic appeals and foreign inspiration. They maintained that Indonesian masses remained grateful for Dutch civilizing influence, despite overwhelming evidence of widespread support for independence movements. The 1936 establishment of the enhanced Volksraad with expanded Indonesian representation reflected Dutch willingness to make additional symbolic concessions while preserving essential features of colonial control. Indonesian representatives now constituted a majority of council members, creating the appearance of democratic governance while ensuring that the council's advisory powers remained strictly limited. Indonesian politicians could debate colonial policies and propose alternative approaches, but they lacked authority to compel Dutch officials to implement changes that might threaten colonial strategic or economic interests. Moderate Indonesian politicians who participated in the Volksraad faced impossible dilemmas as they attempted to achieve meaningful reforms through legal and constitutional methods. Cooperation with colonial authorities provided opportunities to influence policy while risking accusations of collaboration with oppressive systems. Refusal to participate eliminated potential channels for peaceful change, while abandoning political space to more radical movements that advocated revolutionary approaches to achieving independence. The increasing prominence of more radical Indonesian nationalism during the late 1930s reflected growing frustration with the limitations of moderate reform strategies. Indonesian Communist Party cadres who had survived earlier suppression campaigns began reorganizing underground networks while developing new approaches to mass political mobilization. Islamic groups that had previously focused on religious and cultural issues began advocating more explicitly political responses to colonial oppression. The international context of rising fascism and approaching World War created new opportunities for Indonesian nationalist movements, while complicating their strategic calculations about appropriate methods for achieving independence. Japanese expansion in East Asia provided potential alternatives to European colonial domination, while raising questions about whether Asian imperialism might prove preferable to continued European rule. The approach of global conflict suggested that European colonial powers might become vulnerable to challenge, but it also threatened to involve Indonesian territories in military conflicts that could devastate Indonesian populations. Indonesian nationalist responses to these international developments revealed the sophistication of their political analysis and their commitment to achieving independence regardless of changing global circumstances. Leaders like Sukarno and Hatta developed nuanced understandings of international politics while maintaining focus on Indonesian interests that might be served through tactical cooperation with various external powers. They recognized that global conflicts created opportunities for achieving independence, while understanding that Indonesian freedom ultimately depended on Indonesian capacity for self-governance rather than external assistance. World War II and Japanese occupation, the end of European prestige. The German invasion of the Netherlands in May 1940 created an unprecedented crisis for Dutch colonial administration that would ultimately prove fatal to continued European rule over Indonesian territories. For the first time since achieving independence from Spain, the Dutch faced complete occupation of their metropolitan territory, while attempting to maintain control over a global empire through governmental authorities operating in exile. This separation between metropolitan government and colonial administration created opportunities for Indonesian nationalist movements, while exposing the artificial nature of colonial relationships that depended on European military superiority rather than indigenous consent. The rapid collapse of Dutch resistance to German invasion, lasting only 5 days, shattered European prestige throughout the Indonesian archipelago, while demonstrating the vulnerability of colonial powers that had seemed invincible to previous generations of Indonesian subjects. Dutch colonial authorities, who had long justified their rule through claims about European technological and organizational superiority, suddenly appeared as representatives of a defeated nation that could not even defend its own territorial integrity against European enemies. The establishment of the Dutch government in exile in London created complex questions about legitimate authority over Indonesian territories that were never satisfactorily resolved during the war years. Queen Wilhelmina and her ministers maintained legal claims to sovereignty over the Netherlands East Indies, while lacking practical means to exercise that sovereignty or communicate effectively with colonial administrators in Batavia. Indonesian nationalists could reasonably question whether a government that had fled its own country possessed moral authority to continue governing Indonesian populations who had not consented to its rule. Colonial Governor-General Elidius van Starkenborg faced impossible strategic dilemmas as he attempted to maintain Dutch control over Indonesian territories, while preparing to defend against Japanese invasion with inadequate military resources. The colonial army, despite decades of military expenditure, proved incapable of defending territories that stretched across thousands of miles of ocean against a determined enemy with superior naval and air forces. The same strategic overextension that had made Dutch colonial expansion possible also made successful defense impossible when confronted by a unified enemy with adequate resources. The Japanese conquest of the Netherlands East Indies, December 1941, March 1942, demonstrated the speed with which established colonial relationships could be destroyed when challenged by superior military force combined with effective political strategy. Japanese forces avoided direct confrontation with Dutch strongholds, while establishing control over strategic positions that made continued Dutch resistance impossible. More importantly, Japanese political warfare effectively exploited Indonesian grievances against Dutch rule while promising Asian liberation from European colonialism. The rapid collapse of Dutch resistance revealed both the military weakness of colonial forces and the lack of Indonesian support for continued Dutch rule. Indonesian auxiliary troops, who constituted the majority of colonial military forces, frequently deserted or defected to Japanese forces rather than fighting to preserve Dutch authority. Indonesian civilian populations, while not necessarily welcoming Japanese conquest, showed little enthusiasm for defending Dutch colonial institutions that had systematically excluded them from meaningful political participation. Japanese occupation policies toward Indonesian populations were carefully calculated to maximize Indonesian cooperation while minimizing the costs of military administration. Unlike their brutal treatment of European prisoners and Chinese minorities, Japanese authorities initially presented themselves as liberators who would eliminate European colonialism while establishing Asian solidarity under Japanese leadership. Indonesian nationalist leaders were released from Dutch prisons and encouraged to organize mass support for Japanese war efforts, while being promised eventual independence under Japanese protection. Sukarno's decision to cooperate with Japanese occupation forces reflected both strategic calculation and genuine belief that Japanese victory offered the best available opportunity for achieving Indonesian independence. Sukarno recognized that continued Dutch rule was impossible regardless of the war's ultimate outcome, while calculating that Indonesian cooperation with Japan might position Indonesian nationalism advantageously for post-war political developments. His collaboration with Japanese authorities enabled him to maintain contact with Indonesian populations while developing organizational capabilities that would prove crucial during the subsequent independence struggle. The establishment of Indonesian auxiliary organizations under Japanese sponsorship provided unprecedented opportunities for Indonesian political and military development. The PITA, Defenders of the Fatherland, created Indonesian military units with Indonesian officers who gained combat experience and organizational skills that had been denied under Dutch colonial rule. The Indonesian Islamic organizations received governmental support for activities that had been restricted or suppressed under Dutch administration. Mass organizations were encouraged to mobilize Indonesian popular participation in ways that had been impossible under colonial restrictions. Yet Japanese occupation also imposed new forms of exploitation that were often more brutal than Dutch colonial practices. Indonesian agricultural and labor resources were systematically mobilized for Japanese war production through methods that caused widespread famine and population displacement. Indonesian workers were forcibly recruited for military construction projects throughout Southeast Asia under conditions that resulted in enormous mortality rates. The same Indonesian populations that had been promised liberation from European colonialism found themselves subjected to Asian exploitation that often exceeded European oppression. The contrast between Japanese promises and Japanese practices created disillusionment among Indonesian nationalists, while providing educational experiences about the realities of imperial domination, regardless of its cultural origins. Indonesian leaders who had initially welcomed Japanese liberation discovered that Asian imperialism could be as exploitative as European colonialism when it served the strategic and economic interests of imperial powers rather than the welfare of subject populations. The gradual deterioration of Japanese military position during 1944-1945 created opportunities for Indonesian nationalist movements to position themselves for post-war independence struggles. Indonesian leaders who had cooperated with Japanese authorities began developing independent political and military capabilities while maintaining the organizational networks that had been created under Japanese sponsorship. The approach of Japanese defeat suggested that Indonesian independence might be achievable without dependence on external protection if Indonesian forces could establish effective control over Indonesian territories before European colonial powers could return. The atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945 created a brief window of opportunity for Indonesian independence that nationalist leaders exploited with remarkable speed and effectiveness. Japanese surrender eliminated the occupation government that had restricted Indonesian political activities, while leaving a power vacuum that could be filled by Indonesian authorities before Dutch colonial forces could return in sufficient strength to re-establish colonial control. Sukarno and Hatta's proclamation of Indonesian independence on August 17, 1945, represented the culmination of decades of nationalist political development combined with strategic exploitation of favourable international circumstances. The declaration employed language that echoed the American Declaration of Independence and other foundational documents of democratic revolution, while asserting specifically Indonesian claims to national self-determination. Indonesian independence was presented not as a gift from external powers, but as the natural right of Indonesian peoples, who had been denied political autonomy through centuries of foreign domination. The establishment of the Indonesian Republic created unprecedented challenges for Dutch plans to restore colonial control over territories that had been transformed by Japanese occupation and Indonesian nationalist mobilization. Dutch authorities, who had spent 4 years planning post-war colonial reconstruction, discovered that Indonesian political development during the occupation period had created new realities that could not be reversed through traditional colonial administrative methods. The returning Dutch found Indonesian populations that were better organized, more politically conscious and more determined to resist foreign domination than any previous generation in Indonesian history. Indonesian nationalist movements had evolved from small intellectual circles into mass political organizations with military capabilities and governmental experience. The same Indonesian subjects who had been excluded from meaningful participation in Dutch colonial administration now possessed the political skills and organizational resources needed to establish independent governmental institutions. Indonesian Independence War, the final colonial conflict. The Indonesian Revolution, 1945 and 1949, represented the ultimate confrontation between European colonial principles and Asian nationalist aspirations, revealing the impossibility of reconciling democratic rhetoric with systematic oppression in an era of global communication and universal human rights. The conflict exposed every contradiction that had sustained Dutch imperial expansion, while demonstrating that military superiority could no longer maintain colonial control against determined indigenous resistance, supported by international opinion and emerging global institutions. The Dutch response to Indonesian independence revealed persistent patterns of colonial thinking that had characterized European imperial expansion since its inception. Dutch officials genuinely believed that Indonesian populations would welcome restoration of Dutch administration once the chaos and violence of the revolutionary period had been eliminated. They maintained that Indonesian independence movements represented the work of extremist minorities who had manipulated essentially loyal populations through demagogic appeals and Japanese inspiration. They assumed that Dutch technological and organizational superiority would enable rapid restoration of colonial control despite clear evidence of widespread Indonesian support for independence. The return of Dutch forces to Indonesian territories during late 1945 and early 1946 demonstrated both continuing Dutch military capabilities and the transformed political circumstances that made traditional colonial methods ineffective. Dutch troops could occupy major cities and strategic positions, but they could not establish the population control that had been essential for successful colonial administration. Indonesian Republican forces avoided direct confrontation with superior Dutch military units, while maintaining influence over rural populations who provided intelligence, supplies, and recruits for continued resistance. The emergence of guerrilla warfare as the primary method of Indonesian resistance reflected both the military realities of the conflict and the social character of the independence movement. Indonesian forces lacked the conventional military capabilities needed to defeat Dutch armies in direct combat, but they possessed popular support that enabled them to operate effectively in familiar terrain while imposing unsustainable costs on Dutch occupation forces. The same Indonesian populations that Dutch administrators had governed for centuries now became active participants in resistance movements that made continued Dutch control impossible. Lieutenant Governor-General Hubertus van Mook's attempts to establish a federal Indonesian state under Dutch sovereignty demonstrated both Dutch willingness to make significant political concessions and their persistent inability to understand Indonesian nationalist aspirations. Van Mook's proposals would have granted Indonesian territories substantial autonomy within a Dutch-Indonesian union while maintaining Dutch control over foreign policy, defence, and major economic decisions. These arrangements reflected genuine Dutch recognition that pre-war colonial relationships could not be restored unchanged, while preserving essential Dutch interests through modified political structures. Yet Indonesian nationalist responses to Dutch federal proposals revealed how thoroughly Indonesian political aspirations had transcended the limited autonomy that European colonial powers were willing to concede. Indonesian Republican leaders had proclaimed complete independence and established functioning governmental institutions that claimed sovereignty over the entire Indonesian archipelago. They could not accept federal arrangements that preserved Dutch authority over crucial aspects of Indonesian governance, without abandoning the independence that had been proclaimed in 1945 and defended through years of armed struggle. The complexity of Indonesian society created opportunities for Dutch divide-and-conquer strategies, while ultimately demonstrating the failure of those strategies when confronted by effective nationalist leadership and shared commitment to independence. Some Indonesian aristocrats and religious leaders who had prospered under Dutch colonial rule feared that Republican victory might threaten their traditional privileges and economic interests. Regional populations with histories of conflict with Javanese political domination worried that Indonesian independence might simply replace Dutch colonial control with Javanese imperialism. Dutch authorities exploited these divisions through the creation of federal states that provided limited self-governance for specific Indonesian regions, while maintaining overall Dutch coordination and control. The establishment of the State of East Indonesia, the State of West Java, and other federal entities demonstrated Dutch administrative sophistication while revealing their persistent belief that Indonesian unity was artificial and could be dissolved through appropriate political manipulation. The failure of Dutch federalization strategies reflected both the strength of Indonesian nationalist movements and the changed international context that made traditional colonial methods increasingly untenable. Indonesian Republican leaders successfully portrayed Dutch federal schemes as attempts to preserve colonial exploitation through new political arrangements that maintained essential features of European domination. International opinion, particularly in the United States and other countries that had achieved independence through anti-colonial struggles, increasingly supported Indonesian claims to complete independence, rather than modified colonial relationships. The first Dutch police action, July-August 1947, represented the most systematic attempt to restore colonial control through military force, while maintaining international legitimacy through legal and humanitarian justifications. Dutch authorities avoided declaring formal war against the Indonesian Republic, while conducting large-scale military operations that were presented as necessary police actions to restore order and protect Indonesian populations from Republican extremism and communist infiltration. The military campaign achieved significant tactical success while failing to establish the political control that was essential for long-term Dutch objectives. Dutch forces occupied additional Indonesian territory while capturing important economic installations and transportation networks. Republican military units were forced to retreat from major cities while suffering substantial casualties and equipment losses. The immediate military balance shifted decisively in Dutch favour, while the underlying political situation remained fundamentally unchanged. Indonesian Republican responses to Dutch military success demonstrated both the adaptability of Indonesian resistance and the popular foundations that sustained the independence movement despite military setbacks. Republican forces avoided direct confrontation with superior Dutch units, while maintaining influence over rural populations through guerrilla operations and political organization. Indonesian civilian populations provided support for Republican resistance while refusing cooperation with Dutch administrative restoration efforts. International responses to the first police action revealed the changed global context that made continued European colonial control increasingly difficult to sustain. The United Nations Security Council condemned Dutch military actions, while establishing the Good Officers Committee to mediate between Dutch and Indonesian positions. The United States, which had initially supported Dutch restoration efforts as part of broader Western European recovery programs, began pressing for more rapid progress toward Indonesian self-governance, as the costs and complications of continued colonial conflict became apparent. The Renville Agreement, January 1948, established temporary ceasefire arrangements that reflected the military balance while failing to resolve the fundamental political disagreements that had caused the conflict. Dutch forces retained control over territory captured during the first police action, while Indonesian Republicans maintained authority over reduced but still substantial portions of Java and Sumatra. Both sides agreed to participate in negotiations aimed at establishing federal arrangements that might satisfy Indonesian aspirations for self-governance, while preserving Dutch interests in Indonesian territories. Yet the Renville negotiations revealed the unbridgeable gap between Dutch and Indonesian positions, despite apparent willingness on both sides to seek compromise solutions. Dutch proposals for Indonesian federation under Dutch sovereignty remained unacceptable to Indonesian Republicans, who had proclaimed complete independence and could not abandon that position without losing credibility with their popular supporters. Indonesian demands for immediate recognition of complete independence remained unacceptable to Dutch authorities, who feared that total Indonesian independence would eliminate Dutch influence over territories that had been essential sources of revenue and strategic advantage for centuries. The period between the Renville Agreement and the Second Police Action witnessed growing polarization within Indonesian nationalist movements as communist and Islamic factions competed for influence over independence struggles, while challenging Republican leadership that had accepted temporary compromise with Dutch authorities. The Madiun Affair, September 1948, provided crucial evidence of Republican commitment to moderate nationalism when Sukarno and his supporters suppressed communist attempts to establish alternative revolutionary government through armed insurrection. Republican suppression of communist rebellion demonstrated Indonesian nationalist commitment to democratic governance, while removing Dutch justifications for continued military intervention based on fears of communist domination over Indonesian independence movements. Sukarno's government had proven its capacity to maintain political stability and democratic institutions under the most challenging circumstances, while establishing its credibility as a reliable partner for international cooperation in post-independence development. The Second Dutch Police Action, December 1948, represented the final attempt to restore colonial control through military means, while revealing the complete bankruptcy of Dutch colonial policy when confronted by determined Indonesian resistance and hostile international opinion. Dutch forces achieved overwhelming military success by capturing the Republican capital at Yogyakarta and imprisoning major Indonesian leaders, including Sukarno and Hatta. The Indonesian Republic appeared to have been eliminated as an effective political and military organization, yet the apparent Dutch military victory immediately transformed into political disaster as international condemnation and Indonesian resistance made continued occupation impossible to sustain. The United Nations Security Council demanded immediate Dutch withdrawal, while threatening economic sanctions that would have devastated the already precarious Dutch post-war economy. The United States suspended Marshall Plan assistance to the Netherlands, while supporting Indonesian independence as necessary for regional stability and global anti-communist strategies. The emergence of emergency Indonesian governmental institutions during the period of Dutch occupation revealed the extent of Indonesian political development that had occurred during the independence struggle. Republican leaders who had not been captured by Dutch forces established alternative governmental centres, while maintaining political and military coordination through communication networks that had been developed during years of conflict. Indonesian independence had evolved beyond dependence on specific leaders or governmental institutions to become a popular movement that could survive temporary military defeats. The international pressure that forced Dutch abandonment of the Second Police Action reflected both changing global attitudes toward colonialism and specific strategic calculations about Cold War requirements that made continued Dutch-Indonesian conflict incompatible with Western security interests. The United States had concluded that Indonesian independence under moderate nationalist leadership was preferable to continued colonial conflict that might drive Indonesian nationalism toward communist alignment. European allies who had initially supported Dutch restoration efforts now recognized that colonial conflicts were undermining Western unity and providing opportunities for Soviet influence in Asia. The Hague Round Table Conference, August and November 1949, represented the final attempt to preserve Dutch interests through negotiated arrangements that acknowledged Indonesian independence while maintaining some form of continuing Dutch-Indonesian relationship. The conference created federal arrangements that granted Indonesian sovereignty while preserving Dutch control over West New Guinea and establishing economic relationships that protected Dutch investments in Indonesian territories. Yet the Hague Agreement's federal structure proved unsustainable once Indonesian Republicans gained legal control over Indonesian governmental institutions. The federal states that Dutch authorities had established to limit Republican influence were dissolved within months of independence, as Indonesian populations demonstrated clear preferences for unified Republican government rather than fragmented federal arrangements that preserved colonial administrative divisions. The final transfer of sovereignty in December 1949 marked the end of over 3 centuries of Dutch colonial control over Indonesian territories, while establishing precedents for decolonization throughout Asia and Africa. Indonesian independence demonstrated that European colonial control could not be maintained against determined indigenous resistance, supported by international opinion, regardless of European military superiority or economic interests in colonial territories. The Indonesian Revolution's success reflected both the specific circumstances that had created opportunities for Indonesian independence and broader global transformations that were making European colonialism increasingly untenable. The emergence of the United States and Soviet Union as superpowers created international contexts that were hostile to continued European colonial expansion. The establishment of the United Nations provided institutional frameworks for supporting decolonization through international law and diplomatic pressure. The global spread of democratic and socialist ideologies provided intellectual justifications for anti-colonial movements, while undermining European claims about the civilizing benefits of colonial rule. Caribbean and Suriname decolonization, gradual transformation. The process of decolonization in Dutch Caribbean territories followed patterns that differed significantly from the Indonesian independence struggle, while revealing persistent contradictions between Dutch democratic principles and colonial practices. Unlike Indonesia, where Dutch colonial control was eliminated through armed revolution, Caribbean decolonization occurred through gradual constitutional evolution that preserved significant Dutch influence while accommodating local demands for increased autonomy. Yet this apparently more peaceful process involved many of the same fundamental issues about political representation, economic exploitation, and cultural identity that had characterized Indonesian nationalism. The post-war establishment of the Kingdom of the Netherlands as a federal structure that included Caribbean territories alongside the European Netherlands represented a significant departure from traditional colonial relationships, while preserving essential features of Dutch control over non-European populations. The Charter for the Kingdom of the Netherlands, 1954, granted substantial autonomy to Suriname and the Netherlands Antilles, while maintaining Dutch authority over defence, foreign policy, and certain aspects of internal governance that were deemed essential for Dutch strategic interests. This federal arrangement reflected both Dutch recognition that traditional colonial relationships had become internationally unacceptable, and their determination to preserve influence over territories that remained economically and strategically valuable. The Caribbean territories provided access to South American markets, strategic positions for hemispheric defense, and sources of raw materials including oil and bauxite that were essential for Dutch industrial development. More importantly, they served symbolic functions as evidence of continuing Dutch global influence, despite the loss of Indonesian territories that had been the foundation of Dutch imperial power. The constitutional arrangements established in 1954 embodied many of the same contradictions that had characterized earlier Dutch colonial policy. Caribbean populations received expanded political representation and cultural recognition, while remaining excluded from full participation in Dutch national politics. Local governmental institutions gained significant autonomy while continuing to operate within frameworks established by Dutch constitutional law. Economic development programs promised improved living standards while maintaining relationships that concentrated Caribbean wealth in Dutch commercial networks. Suriname's political development during the 1950s and 1960s demonstrated both the possibilities and the limitations of gradual decolonization when conducted within constitutional frameworks that preserved essential features of colonial relationships. Surinamese political parties developed sophisticated platforms that addressed local concerns about economic development, social justice, and cultural identity, while operating within Dutch federal structures that limited their authority over crucial policy areas. The emergence of Surinamese nationalism reflected the multi-ethnic complexity of Caribbean colonial society in ways that distinguished it from Indonesian independence movements. Suriname's population included descendants of African slaves, Indian and Javanese contract laborers, Chinese and Lebanese merchants, and Dutch and other European settlers whose different historical experiences and cultural backgrounds created diverse perspectives on decolonization objectives and methods. Henkaron's National Party of Suriname attracted support primarily from Afro-Surinamese populations whose ancestors had been enslaved in Dutch plantation systems and who viewed independence as essential for addressing persistent racial discrimination and economic exploitation. The party's platform emphasized social justice themes that connected contemporary struggles for political equality with historical resistance to slavery and colonial oppression. Jagannath Lakman's Progressive Reform Party drew support mainly from Indo-Surinamese communities whose ancestors had been recruited as contract laborers after slave emancipation, and who feared that Afro-Surinamese political dominance might threaten their economic and cultural interests. The party advocated gradual constitutional evolution that would preserve Dutch protection for minority rights while achieving greater local autonomy. The complexity of Surinamese society created opportunities for Dutch authorities to maintain influence through ethnic balancing strategies, while ultimately demonstrating the limitations of divide-and-conquer methods when confronted by shared aspirations for genuine self-governance. Dutch officials could exploit ethnic tensions to prevent unified independence movements while failing to address underlying issues about democratic representation and economic exploitation that affected all Surinamese communities regardless of their ethnic backgrounds. The gradual extension of Surinamese autonomy during the 1960s reflected both Dutch willingness to accommodate local political development and their recognition that maintaining Caribbean colonial relationships required new approaches adapted to changed international circumstances. Surinamese authorities gained control over increasing portions of domestic policy, while Dutch influence was preserved through economic relationships, technical assistance programs, and constitutional arrangements that maintained ultimate Dutch authority over crucial governmental functions. Yet these constitutional modifications failed to satisfy Surinamese aspirations for complete independence, while creating new forms of dependency that preserved colonial relationships under different political structures. Surinamese economic development remained oriented towards serving Dutch rather than local needs, while Surinamese political institutions operated within frameworks established by Dutch constitutional law rather than Surinamese popular sovereignty. The emergence of more radical Surinamese nationalism during the late 1960s reflected growing frustration with the limitations of gradual constitutional evolution and increasing awareness of decolonization successes in other Caribbean territories. The examples of Jamaican and Trinidadian independence demonstrated that small Caribbean societies could achieve complete political independence while maintaining beneficial relationships with former colonial powers through voluntary cooperation rather than constitutional subordination. Anton de Kom's intellectual legacy provided historical foundation for Surinamese nationalism that connected contemporary independence struggles with earlier resistance to Dutch colonial oppression. De Kom's writings about Surinamese history emphasized the achievements of African, Indian, and indigenous populations, while documenting the systematic violence and exploitation that had characterized Dutch colonial administration. His work provided intellectual justification for complete independence, while demonstrating the cultural and political capabilities of Suriname society. The 1973 election victory of Henk Aren's Independence Coalition created mandates for achieving complete Surinamese independence, while revealing the continuing divisions within Surinamese society about the desirability and timing of separation from the Netherlands. The election results demonstrated majority support for independence among Afro-Surinamese populations, while showing continued opposition among Indo-Surinamese and other minority communities who feared that independence might worsen their economic circumstances or threaten their cultural rights. Dutch responses to Surinamese independence demands revealed both their acceptance of inevitable decolonization and their determination to preserve as much influence as possible through post-independence arrangements. Dutch authorities offered generous financial assistance and continuing technical cooperation as incentives for Surinamese agreement to independence arrangements that would preserve Dutch economic interests and strategic influence in South American contexts. The negotiations leading to Surinamese independence 1975 demonstrated both Dutch willingness to grant formal independence and their skill in structuring post-independence relationships that preserved essential Dutch interests while accommodating Surinamese aspirations for sovereignty. The independence agreements provided substantial Dutch financial assistance while establishing economic relationships that maintained Surinamese dependency on Dutch markets, investment, and technical expertise. Yet Surinamese independence also created opportunities for genuine self-governance that had been impossible under colonial or federal arrangements. Surinamese authorities gained complete control over domestic policy while establishing independent international relationships that reduced their dependency on Dutch political and economic support. The same constitutional arrangements that had been designed to preserve Dutch influence also provided frameworks for developing authentic Surinamese national institutions. The contrasting experiences of Suriname and the Netherlands Antilles during the 1970s revealed the variety of approaches to Caribbean decolonization, while demonstrating persistent Dutch capabilities for adapting colonial relationships to changing international circumstances. While Suriname chose complete independence despite significant internal opposition, the Netherlands Antilles opted to maintain federal relationships with the Netherlands while gaining expanded autonomy over domestic affairs. The Netherlands. Antilles' decision to remain within the Kingdom of the Netherlands reflected both the strategic calculations of local political leaders and the specific circumstances of small island territories that lacked the population and resources needed for viable independent statehood. The island's economic dependence on tourism, financial services, and Dutch development assistance made continued association with the Netherlands appear more beneficial than the uncertain prospects of complete independence. Yet the persistence of federal relationships also reflected Dutch success in adapting colonial control methods to post-colonial international contexts. The Netherlands Antilles remained effectively under Dutch political and economic control while possessing theoretical autonomy that satisfied international expectations about decolonization. Dutch authorities could maintain strategic positions in the Caribbean while avoiding the international criticism that would have resulted from more obvious forms of continued colonial control. The ultimate dissolution of the Netherlands Antilles, 2010, and the establishment of separate relationships between individual Caribbean territories and the Netherlands represented the final evolution of Dutch Caribbean colonial policy. The new arrangements provided increased autonomy for some territories while maintaining federal relationships for others, demonstrating continued Dutch adaptability to local political developments while preserving essential strategic and economic interests. The long process of Caribbean decolonization revealed both the possibilities and the limitations of gradual constitutional evolution as an alternative to revolutionary independence struggles. Dutch willingness to accommodate local political development while preserving essential colonial relationships enabled more peaceful transitions than had occurred in Indonesia, while creating new forms of dependency that preserved colonial relationships under post-colonial constitutional arrangements. The same flexibility that had characterized Dutch colonial expansion continued to influence Dutch responses to decolonization, enabling adaptation to changed international circumstances while maintaining essential Dutch interests through modified political structures. The final achievement of Caribbean independence or autonomous status marked the end of the Dutch colonial empire, while leaving persistent questions about the relationship between formal political independence and genuine economic and cultural autonomy. The former Dutch colonies had achieved the political recognition they had demanded while remaining integrated into global economic and cultural systems that preserved many features of colonial dependency under post-colonial arrangements. The contradictions that had defined Dutch imperial expansion continue to influence post-independence relationships, revealing how thoroughly colonial legacies had shaped both former colonies and former colonial powers in ways that would persist long after formal decolonization had been completed. The Dutch imperial experience from World War I through final decolonization demonstrated both the resilience and the ultimate limitations of European colonial systems when confronted by determined indigenous resistance supported by changed international circumstances. Dutch adaptability had enabled successful adjustment to multiple challenges over centuries of imperial expansion, but the fundamental contradictions between democratic principles and colonial oppression proved impossible to resolve through administrative reform or constitutional modification. The same small nation that had pioneered resistance to tyranny discovered that their own imperial practices had become incompatible with the democratic values they claimed to represent, forcing recognition that genuine decolonization required abandonment of colonial control rather than its modification through more sophisticated political arrangements. The end of the Dutch Empire did not end its influence on the world. Instead, decolonization revealed how thoroughly 4 centuries of Dutch expansion had woven itself into the fabric of global civilization, creating legacies that would persist long after the last Dutch governor had departed and the final colonial flag had been lowered. The same empire that had been built on fundamental contradictions between liberty and oppression, tolerance and exploitation, innovation and brutality, would leave behind equally contradictory inheritances that continue to shape both the modern Netherlands and its former colonies in ways that few could have anticipated during the height of imperial power. Perhaps most ironically, the Netherlands today embodies many of the same paradoxes that had defined its imperial expansion. The country that had once enslaved millions of Africans became a champion of human rights and international law. The nation that had systematically oppressed Indonesian independence movements became a model of democratic governance and peaceful conflict resolution. The society that had justified colonial exploitation through religious and racial superiority became one of Europe's most multicultural and tolerant communities. Yet these transformations occurred not through simple abandonment of imperial legacies, but through complex processes of adaptation, denial, and eventual reckoning that revealed how thoroughly colonial experiences had shaped Dutch national identity. The former colonies, meanwhile, inherited institutional frameworks, cultural practices, legal systems, and economic relationships that bore unmistakable Dutch imprints while serving post-independence objectives that often contradicted their colonial origins. Indonesian legal codes combined Dutch legal principles with traditional Adat customs. Surinamese architecture blended Dutch urban planning with tropical adaptations and African influences. South African administrative systems preserved Dutch bureaucratic methods while serving post-apartheid social justice objectives. These hybrid legacies demonstrated both the persistence of colonial influences and the creative capacity of post-colonial societies to transform inherited systems for their own purposes. Economic and cultural impact, the persistence of colonial networks. The economic legacies of Dutch imperial expansion created global networks that persisted long after political decolonization, while adapting to serve new purposes in post-colonial international systems. The same commercial relationships that had concentrated colonial wealth in Amsterdam now connected Dutch multinational corporations with markets and suppliers in former colonial territories. The same financial institutions that had financed slave trading expeditions now provided development assistance and investment capital for post-independence economic projects. The same transportation and communication networks that had facilitated colonial administration now served global commerce that linked former colonies and former colonial powers through voluntary cooperation rather than political subordination. Dutch multinational corporations that had emerged from colonial trading companies maintained dominant positions in former colonial territories while adapting their operations to post-independence political circumstances. Royal Dutch Shell, descended from companies that had developed Indonesian oil resources, became one of the world's largest energy corporations while maintaining substantial operations in Indonesia and other former Dutch territories. Unilever, which had grown through processing colonial agricultural products, remained a major presence in Indonesian and Caribbean consumer markets, while adapting its products and marketing strategies to serve local preferences rather than colonial administrative needs. These corporate relationships demonstrated both continuity with colonial economic patterns and fundamental changes in the power relationships that governed international commerce. Dutch corporations could no longer rely on colonial political authority to secure commercial advantages or resolve disputes with local governments. Instead, they had to compete with other international companies while operating according to local laws and responding to local political pressures that reflected post-independence priorities rather than colonial administrative convenience. The persistence of Dutch economic influence in former colonies created new forms of dependency that were more subtle but often as constraining as colonial economic relationships had been. Indonesian palm oil plantations established to serve Dutch colonial markets continued to export their products to European refineries, while Indonesian populations received minimal benefits from the profits generated. Surinamese mining operations that had been developed to serve Dutch industrial needs continued to extract resources for international markets while contributing little to local economic development. Caribbean tourism industries that had emerged from colonial transportation networks continued to channel profits to metropolitan companies while providing limited opportunities for local economic advancement. Yet these economic relationships also created opportunities for former colonial societies to develop their own capabilities while maintaining beneficial connections with global markets. Indonesian entrepreneurs who had learned modern business methods through participation in Dutch colonial networks used those skills to establish independent enterprises that competed successfully with international corporations. Surinamese agricultural cooperatives employed Dutch technical assistants to develop new crops and marketing strategies that served local needs while accessing international markets. Caribbean financial service industries built on colonial commercial law traditions to create modern banking centers that attracted international investment while providing local employment and government revenue. Language legacies revealed similar patterns of persistence and adaptation as former colonial populations continued using Dutch, while adapting it to serve local cultural needs that differed significantly from colonial administrative purposes. In Suriname, Dutch remained the official language while incorporating vocabulary and grammatical structures from African, Indian, and indigenous languages that reflected the country's multicultural heritage. Sranan Tongo, a Creole language that had developed during the colonial period, evolved to serve as a national lingua franca that enabled communication between different ethnic communities while preserving their distinctive cultural identities. In South Africa, Afrikaans developed from colonial Dutch into a distinctive language that served both white minority and mixed-race communities during the apartheid era, while adapting to post-apartheid circumstances that required accommodation with African languages and English. The language that had once symbolized white colonial domination was transformed to serve multicultural democratic purposes while preserving important cultural traditions for communities whose ancestors had been shaped by Dutch colonial experiences. In Indonesia, Dutch linguistic influence proved more limited but still significant in specialized contexts, where colonial administrative and legal traditions continued to influence post-independence governmental and commercial practices. Indonesian legal terminology retained Dutch-derived words that reflected the persistence of colonial legal frameworks adapted to serve Indonesian rather than colonial purposes. Medical and technical vocabulary included Dutch terms that had been introduced during the colonial period while being integrated into Indonesian linguistic systems that served local rather than colonial needs. Architectural legacies created visible reminders of colonial relationships while being adapted to serve post-independence cultural and practical needs. Indonesian cities retained Dutch colonial buildings that were converted to serve Indonesian governmental and commercial purposes, while new construction incorporated Dutch urban planning principles with Indonesian architectural traditions. Paramaribo's historic district preserved Dutch colonial architecture while adapting building uses to serve Surinamese rather than colonial administrative functions. Cape Town's architectural heritage combined Dutch colonial buildings with later British additions and post-apartheid modifications that reflected the city's complex history while serving contemporary South African needs. The same buildings that had once housed colonial administrators now serve democratic governmental institutions while preserving important historical memories for diverse communities, whose relationships with colonial legacies varied according to their ancestors' experiences during the colonial period. Educational institutions established during the colonial period provided foundations for post-independence intellectual development, while requiring fundamental modifications to serve local rather than colonial purposes. Indonesian universities that had been created to train colonial administrators were transformed to educate Indonesian citizens for service in independent Indonesian institutions, while maintaining academic standards and research capabilities that enabled participation in international intellectual networks. The University of Suriname evolved from colonial educational institutions to serve Suriname's development needs, while preserving connections with Dutch universities that provided opportunities for advanced study and research collaboration. Caribbean educational systems maintained Dutch curricular influences while adapting teaching methods and content to serve local cultural preservation and economic development objectives rather than colonial administrative training purposes. Legal system legacies demonstrated both the persistence of colonial institutional frameworks and their adaptation to serve post-independence justice objectives that often contradicted their colonial origins. Indonesian legal codes combined Dutch legal principles with traditional Adat customs and modern Indonesian legislation to create hybrid judicial systems that served Indonesian rather than colonial interests, while maintaining procedural standards that protected individual rights and governmental accountability. Surinamese law preserved Dutch legal traditions while incorporating human rights protections and democratic procedures that had been absent from colonial legal systems. The same legal frameworks that had once protected colonial economic interests and political authority now serve to protect Surinamese citizens from governmental abuse, while providing mechanisms for peaceful resolution of social conflicts. South African legal development involved more complex processes of rejecting colonial and apartheid legal systems, while selectively preserving elements that could serve post-apartheid social justice objectives. The new constitutional framework incorporated international human rights standards while drawing on various legal traditions, including modified Dutch colonial law, to create institutional frameworks that served majority rule and minority protection simultaneously. Religious and cultural legacies revealed how thoroughly colonial encounters had created new forms of cultural synthesis that transcended simple categories of European or indigenous tradition. Indonesian Islam incorporated elements from Dutch colonial legal traditions while maintaining its distinctive theological and cultural characteristics. Javanese Christianity combined Dutch Reformed theological traditions with Indonesian cultural practices to create religious expressions that served Indonesian rather than colonial spiritual needs. Surinamese religious diversity reflected the colony's complex ethnic history, while creating new forms of interfaith cooperation that served national unity objectives. Hindu and Islamic traditions brought by Indian and Javanese contract labourers coexisted with African-derived spiritual practices and Dutch colonial Christianity to create religious pluralism that exceeded anything that had existed in the Netherlands during the colonial period. Caribbean cultural expressions combined African, European and indigenous influences in ways that created distinctively new traditions, while preserving important elements from each source culture. Music, dance, literature, and visual arts developed during the colonial period continued to evolve in post-independence contexts, while maintaining recognizable connections to their diverse cultural origins. Modern Netherlands and colonial memory confronting the past. The transformation of the Netherlands from imperial power to post-colonial democracy required fundamental reconsideration of national identity and historical memory that proved far more complex and controversial than Dutch political leaders had anticipated during the decolonization period. The same society that had prided itself on tolerance, justice, and moral leadership discovered that these values were difficult to reconcile with historical evidence about systematic colonial exploitation and oppression that had enabled Dutch prosperity for centuries. The massive immigration of former colonial subjects to the Netherlands during and after decolonization created immediate challenges for Dutch society, while providing ongoing reminders of colonial relationships that many Dutch citizens preferred to forget or ignore. Indonesian immigrants who arrived during the 1950s and 1960s brought direct personal experiences of colonial rule while seeking to establish new lives in a society that had been transformed by colonial wealth, but remained largely ignorant about colonial realities. Surinamese and Caribbean immigrants who followed during the 1970s and 1980s represented even more visible challenges to Dutch historical amnesia, because their African and Asian ancestries provided constant reminders of colonial slavery and exploitation that contradicted comfortable Dutch myths about their historical role as opponents of oppression and champions of human rights. The presence of former colonial subjects as Dutch citizens created ongoing tensions between multicultural tolerance and historical denial that reflected deeper contradictions in Dutch national identity. Dutch responses to colonial immigration revealed persistent patterns of thinking that had characterized colonial attitudes towards subject populations. Many Dutch citizens welcomed colonial immigrants as evidence of successful assimilation policies, while maintaining cultural and social distance that preserved racial hierarchies inherited from colonial periods. Liberal politicians proclaimed commitment to multicultural tolerance, while supporting policies that concentrated immigrant populations in urban areas where they would not disturb traditional Dutch communities. Conservative political movements exploited popular anxieties about cultural change by portraying colonial immigration as foreign invasion that threatened authentic Dutch national identity while ignoring the historical connections that had created these immigration patterns. The same arguments about cultural superiority that had justified colonial expansion were employed to rationalize discrimination against former colonial subjects who had become Dutch citizens with legal rights to equal treatment. The emergence of second- and third-generation immigrants who possessed full Dutch citizenship while maintaining connections to colonial heritage cultures created additional challenges for Dutch integration policies that had assumed eventual complete assimilation into traditional Dutch society. Young Dutch citizens of Indonesian, Surinamese, and Caribbean ancestry developed hybrid cultural identities that combined Dutch and colonial heritage elements, while rejecting both complete assimilation and cultural isolation. These developments forced gradual recognition that colonial legacies could not be eliminated through immigration policies or cultural integration programs, but required fundamental reconsideration of Dutch national identity to accommodate the reality that contemporary Dutch society had been shaped by colonial experiences that continued to influence both former colonial subjects and their former colonial rulers. Academic research about Dutch colonial history expanded dramatically during the final decades of the 20th century, as Dutch universities began serious investigation of colonial experiences that had been largely ignored during earlier periods when colonial empire was seen as a source of national pride rather than moral embarrassment. Historical scholarship revealed systematic patterns of exploitation, violence, and cultural destruction that contradicted traditional Dutch narratives about their civilizing mission and humanitarian colonial policies. The development of post-colonial studies programs at Dutch universities provided institutional frameworks for examining colonial legacies, while training new generations of scholars who approached colonial history from perspectives that emphasized indigenous experiences rather than European administrative achievements. Research projects documented the experiences of enslaved Africans, indentured Asian laborers, displaced indigenous populations, and other colonial subjects whose voices had been largely absent from earlier historical accounts. International scholarly networks connected Dutch colonial historians with colleagues in former colonial territories, while facilitating collaborative research projects that examined colonial relationships from multiple perspectives. These academic exchanges revealed how thoroughly Dutch historical narratives had been shaped by colonial perspectives, while providing access to indigenous sources and interpretations that challenged European assumptions about colonial experiences. The publication of major synthetic works about Dutch colonial history made scholarly research accessible to broader Dutch audiences, while generating public discussions about colonial legacies that had been largely absent from earlier Dutch political discourse. Books like De Nederlands Koekdoos and Het Nederlands Koloniale Verleden provided comprehensive accounts of colonial exploitation, while examining its connections to contemporary Dutch prosperity and international influence. Museum exhibitions about Dutch colonial history created opportunities for public education, while generating controversies about appropriate ways to present colonial experiences to audiences that included both descendants of colonial subjects and descendants of colonial administrators. The Rijksmuseum's galleries about Dutch Golden Age art were redesigned to include information about colonial wealth that had enabled artistic patronage while preserving appreciation for Dutch cultural achievements that had genuine artistic merit regardless of their problematic economic foundations. The establishment of specialized museums dedicated to colonial history provided additional venues for public education about colonial experiences, while serving symbolic functions as evidence of Dutch commitment to historical honesty and multicultural recognition. The Tropenmuseum in Amsterdam expanded its collections and interpretive programs to include critical examinations of colonial relationships, while preserving important artifacts that documented both colonial exploitation and indigenous cultural achievements. Public memorials and commemorative events created opportunities for recognizing colonial victims, while generating debates about appropriate forms of historical acknowledgement that could address past injustices without creating contemporary social divisions. The National Slavery Monument in Amsterdam provided focal points for annual commemorative ceremonies, while serving as symbols of Dutch recognition of historical responsibility for colonial oppression. The gradual development of official governmental acknowledgements of colonial injustices represented significant departures from earlier Dutch policies that had emphasized colonial benefits while minimizing colonial costs. Prime Minister Wim Kok's 1995 acknowledgement of Dutch responsibility for failing to protect Srebrenica established precedents for official recognition of historical failures, while providing frameworks for addressing colonial historical issues through similar formal acknowledgements. Yet Dutch approaches to colonial memory remained constrained by political calculations about domestic social cohesion and international relationships that limited the scope and specificity of official historical acknowledgements. Governmental statements about colonial history employed carefully qualified language that acknowledged general responsibility for historical injustices, while avoiding specific admissions that might create legal liability for reparations or other forms of material compensation. Popular Dutch attitudes toward colonial memory reflected broader European patterns of selective historical memory that preserved pride in national achievements, while minimizing awareness of historical injustices that had enabled those achievements. Opinion surveys revealed substantial public ignorance about basic facts of Dutch colonial history, while showing continued attachment to national narratives that emphasized Dutch roles as victims of oppression rather than perpetrators of systematic exploitation. The persistence of historical denial, despite decades of scholarly research and public education, demonstrated how thoroughly colonial legacies had become integrated into Dutch national identity in ways that made honest historical reckoning psychologically and politically difficult for many Dutch citizens. Acknowledgement of systematic colonial exploitation required recognition that Dutch prosperity had been built on foundations that contradicted the moral principles that contemporary Dutch society claimed to represent. Educational initiatives aimed at incorporating colonial history into Dutch school curricula faced resistance from parents and teachers who believed that excessive emphasis on historical injustices might undermine students' appreciation for Dutch cultural achievements while creating guilt and resentment that could hinder social integration. The same educational institutions that had been created to transmit national cultural values struggled to accommodate historical information that challenged fundamental assumptions about Dutch national character and historical development. Media coverage of colonial historical issues reflected broader patterns of Dutch journalism that emphasized consensus building over confrontational investigation, while providing platforms for diverse viewpoints without necessarily reaching conclusions about historical responsibility or contemporary implications. Television documentaries and newspaper articles about colonial history generated temporary public attention, while failing to create sustained public engagement with colonial legacies that continued to influence contemporary Dutch society. Global Historical Significance: Lessons for Understanding Empire. The Dutch imperial experience provides crucial insights into the development of modern global systems while revealing fundamental patterns of imperial expansion and contraction that influence subsequent European colonial practices and contemporary post-colonial international relationships. As the first truly global commercial empire, Dutch expansion established institutional innovations, administrative methods, and economic relationships that would be adapted and extended by later imperial powers, while creating precedents for systematic exploitation disguised as civilizational improvement. The Dutch East India Company represented the first modern multinational corporation, combining private capital with sovereign authority to create institutional frameworks that enabled unprecedented scales of international commercial operation. The VOC's joint stock structure democratized investment participation while concentrating operational control in the hands of professional managers who could make rapid decisions about distant markets without constant consultation with shareholders or governmental authorities. This institutional innovation provided models for subsequent European trading companies while establishing patterns of corporate governance that would influence the development of modern capitalism. The separation of ownership from management that characterized VOC operations created opportunities for more efficient resource allocation, while enabling systematic exploitation of colonial subjects who had no voice in corporate decision-making processes that affected their lives and communities. The Dutch development of global financial networks created mechanisms for international capital transfer that facilitated European expansion while concentrating colonial wealth in European commercial centres. Amsterdam's emergence as the first international financial centre demonstrated how colonial profits could be mobilised to finance further expansion while providing investment opportunities for European populations who remained physically distant from colonial territories. Dutch innovations in maritime insurance, commercial law, and international credit instruments provided essential infrastructure for global commerce while creating legal frameworks that protected European commercial interests over indigenous rights and welfare. These institutional developments established precedents for international economic relationships that continue to influence contemporary global commerce, despite formal decolonization and the emergence of international human rights standards. The Dutch approach to colonial administration combined pragmatic flexibility with systematic exploitation in ways that would be emulated by subsequent European imperial powers, while revealing fundamental contradictions between administrative efficiency and moral responsibility. Dutch policies of religious tolerance and cultural accommodation enabled more effective control over diverse colonial populations, while facilitating systematic economic exploitation that violated the same humanitarian principles that justified Dutch tolerance policies. The Dutch experience with gradual decolonization revealed both the possibilities and limitations of negotiated transitions from colonial control to independence. The successful achievement of Indonesian independence through armed struggle demonstrated that European military superiority could not indefinitely maintain colonial control against determined indigenous resistance, supported by international opinion. The more gradual Caribbean decolonization showed how colonial relationships could be transformed through constitutional evolution, while preserving significant aspects of colonial dependency under post-colonial political arrangements. These different decolonization experiences provided lessons about the conditions that enabled successful transitions from colonial control to genuine independence, while revealing persistent patterns of post-colonial dependency that continue to benefit former colonial powers at the expense of former colonial subjects. The Dutch ability to maintain economic and cultural influence in former colonies, despite loss of direct political control, demonstrated how colonial relationships could be adapted to post-colonial international contexts without fundamental changes in underlying power relationships. The persistence of Dutch influence in former colonial territories illustrated broader patterns of neo-colonial dependency that characterized post-independence relationships between European powers and their former colonies. Economic relationships that had been established during the colonial period continued to channel resources from former colonies to former colonial powers, while limiting opportunities for independent economic development that might challenge established international hierarchies. Cultural and educational legacies created additional forms of continuing dependency, as former colonial subjects remained oriented toward European cultural standards and educational institutions rather than developing indigenous alternatives that might better serve local needs and priorities. The same cultural superiority assumptions that had justified colonial expansion continue to influence post-colonial relationships through more subtle mechanisms of cultural hegemony and educational dependency. The Dutch imperial experience demonstrated how thoroughly European expansion had been motivated by economic rather than humanitarian considerations, despite consistent employment of moral rhetoric to justify colonial policies. The systematic pursuit of commercial profits through methods that included slavery, forced labor, territorial conquest, and cultural destruction revealed the fundamental incompatibility between European moral claims and European colonial practices. Yet Dutch colonial history also revealed the capacity of colonized peoples to resist, adapt, and ultimately overcome colonial oppression through a combination of cultural preservation, political organization, and strategic exploitation of changing international circumstances. Indonesian, Caribbean, and African responses to Dutch colonialism demonstrated both the resilience of indigenous societies and their ability to employ European institutional innovations for their own purposes rather than simply accepting European cultural and political domination. The global networks created during Dutch imperial expansion continue to influence contemporary international relationships while serving different purposes under post-colonial political arrangements. Trade routes, communication systems, legal frameworks, and cultural connections established during the colonial period provide foundations for modern international cooperation while requiring constant adaptation to serve post-colonial objectives that emphasize mutual benefit rather than systematic exploitation, continuing relationships, modern partnerships, and persistent legacies. The formal end of Dutch imperial control did not eliminate relationships between the Netherlands and its former colonies, but rather transformed those relationships into new forms of cooperation and dependency that reflect both shared historical experiences and continuing inequalities inherited from the colonial period. These contemporary relationships demonstrate both the persistence of colonial legacies and the possibilities for transforming historical connections to serve mutual rather than exploitative purposes. Dutch development assistance programs in former colonial territories represent attempts to address historical injustices while serving contemporary Dutch strategic and economic interests. Technical cooperation agreements provide former colonies with access to Dutch expertise in agriculture, industry, education, and governance, while creating opportunities for Dutch companies and professionals to maintain influence in familiar markets. These programs embody genuine humanitarian concerns while preserving commercial relationships that continue to benefit Dutch economic interests. Educational exchange programs connect Dutch universities with institutions in former colonial territories while providing opportunities for intellectual cooperation that transcends the hierarchical relationships that had characterized colonial educational systems. Indonesian, Surinamese, and Caribbean students who study in the Netherlands gain access to advanced educational resources while contributing diverse perspectives to Dutch intellectual life. Dutch professors and researchers who work in former colonial territories share technical knowledge while learning about local conditions and needs that inform their research and teaching. Cultural cooperation initiatives preserve important aspects of shared historical heritage while adapting them to serve contemporary objectives that emphasize mutual respect rather than cultural domination. Language preservation programs support the maintenance of Dutch linguistic traditions in former colonies while respecting indigenous languages and cultural practices that had been suppressed during the colonial period. Artistic and literary exchanges facilitate ongoing creative dialogue between Dutch and former colonial artists while providing platforms for expressions that challenge as well as celebrate shared historical connections. Economic relationships between the Netherlands and former colonies continue to reflect patterns established during the colonial period, while adapting to post-independence political circumstances that provide former colonies with greater negotiating power and alternative partnership options. Dutch multinational corporations maintain substantial operations in Indonesia and other former colonies while competing with companies from other countries and operating according to local laws that protect national rather than Dutch interests. Investment and trade relationships preserve commercial connections while serving development objectives that were absent from colonial economic policies. Dutch investment in former colonial territories can provide capital and technology needed for economic development, while generating profits for Dutch companies and employment for local populations. These relationships work best when they serve genuine mutual benefit, rather than simply preserving colonial patterns of resource extraction and profit concentration. Diplomatic cooperation between the Netherlands and former colonies reflects both shared interests in international stability and continuing tensions about historical legacies that have not been fully addressed through official acknowledgements or material reparations. The Netherlands and Indonesia cooperate on regional security issues while maintaining disagreements about historical responsibility for colonial violence and exploitation. Similar patterns characterize Dutch relationships with Caribbean countries that appreciate development assistance while seeking fuller recognition of historical injustices. The participation of former colonial subjects in Dutch society as full citizens creates ongoing connections that transcend formal diplomatic relationships while generating internal Dutch debates about multiculturalism and national identity. Indonesian, Surinamese, and Caribbean communities in the Netherlands maintain cultural connections with their heritage countries while contributing to Dutch economic and cultural development in ways that enrich Dutch society. These immigrant communities serve as bridges between the Netherlands and former colonies, while advocating for Dutch policies that address historical injustices and support contemporary development needs. Their presence in Dutch political and cultural life provides ongoing reminders of colonial legacies, while demonstrating possibilities for transforming historical relationships based on exploitation into contemporary relationships based on mutual respect and shared citizenship. International cooperation through multilateral institutions provides frameworks for Dutch former colony relationships that transcend bilateral arrangements while addressing global challenges that affect all parties. Climate change cooperation recognizes both Dutch responsibility for historical emissions and Dutch technical capabilities for assisting adaptation efforts in vulnerable former colonial territories. Human rights advocacy builds on shared commitments to democratic values while acknowledging historical failures to protect human rights during the colonial period. The contemporary Netherlands approaches relationships with former colonies from the perspective of a small European democracy seeking to maintain international influence, while addressing historical responsibilities and moral obligations inherited from its imperial past. This approach requires constant balancing of historical acknowledgement with contemporary partnership, moral responsibility with practical interests, and global engagement with domestic political constraints. Former Dutch colonies, meanwhile, engage with the Netherlands as sovereign nations pursuing their own development objectives, while managing relationships with a former colonial power that continues to possess advantages in wealth, technology, and international influence. These relationships work best when they acknowledge historical realities, while focusing on contemporary opportunities for cooperation that serves mutual benefit rather than continued dependency. The evolution of Dutch former colony relationships demonstrates both the persistence of colonial legacies and the possibilities for transforming historical connections to serve post-colonial objectives. The same networks that once facilitated colonial exploitation now provide channels for development cooperation, cultural exchange, and diplomatic collaboration. The same educational and legal institutions that once served colonial control now support capacity building and technical cooperation. The same commercial relationships that once concentrated wealth in European hands now provide opportunities for more equitable economic development. Yet these transformed relationships remain constrained by global inequalities that reflect centuries of colonial wealth concentration and continuing patterns of international economic organization that favor former colonial powers over former colonies. True partnership between the Netherlands and its former colonies requires not only goodwill and cultural sensitivity, but also fundamental changes in international economic relationships that continue to channel resources from former colonies to former colonial powers through mechanisms that are more subtle, but often as effective as colonial economic policies had been. The Dutch imperial legacy thus continues to evolve through contemporary relationships that neither completely transcend colonial patterns nor simply reproduce them under new names. Instead, these relationships demonstrate both the persistence of historical influences and the ongoing human capacity to adapt inherited systems to serve new purposes that better reflect contemporary values of equality, mutual respect, and shared responsibility for addressing global challenges that affect all members of the human community, regardless of their historical experiences with colonial expansion and resistance. The final assessment of Dutch imperial influence must acknowledge both its historical significance in shaping modern global systems and its contemporary relevance for understanding ongoing challenges in international cooperation, economic development, and cultural understanding. The empire that began as a rebellion against tyranny and evolved into a system of systematic oppression ultimately contributed to global movements toward decolonization and human rights that continue to influence contemporary efforts to create more just and equitable international relationships. As the final Dutch flags were lowered over distant territories and the last colonial governors departed for Amsterdam, the most paradoxical empire in human history came to its inevitable end. The same small nation that had begun its global journey by proclaiming that all people deserved freedom from tyranny had spent 3.5 centuries systematically denying that freedom to millions of others. The same communities that had championed tolerance and innovation at home had created systems of oppression and exploitation abroad that violated every principle they claimed to represent. The same commercial genius that had revolutionized global trade had systematized human bondage on an unprecedented scale. Yet this empire of contradictions had also created the foundations of the modern world. Dutch innovations in commerce, finance, law, and administration provided templates that would be adopted and adapted by every subsequent global power. The joint stock company, the stock exchange, maritime insurance, international commercial law, these Dutch inventions democratized investment while enabling systematic colonial exploitation, created new forms of economic freedom while financing human bondage, connected global markets while concentrating wealth in European hands. The Dutch demonstrated both the extraordinary possibilities and the tragic limitations of human civilization. Their achievements in art, science, technology, and governance were genuinely revolutionary, creating institutional frameworks that enabled prosperity, individual liberty, and cultural flourishing that had been impossible under previous political arrangements. But these same achievements were inextricably connected to systematic violence against peoples across 3 continents, whose labour, resources, and suffering provided the foundation for Dutch Golden Age prosperity. The empire's ultimate collapse revealed not the failure of Dutch adaptability, but its logical conclusion. The same principles of freedom and self-determination that had motivated Dutch resistance to Spanish tyranny could not indefinitely be denied to Indonesian, Caribbean, and African populations who employed identical arguments for identical purposes. Dutch officials who had spent centuries justifying colonial rule through humanitarian rhetoric found themselves unable to explain why the benefits of Dutch civilization could not be enjoyed by peoples governing themselves rather than being governed by foreign rulers. The decolonization process demonstrated that the Dutch capacity for adaptation, which had enabled 3 centuries of imperial expansion, could also facilitate imperial contraction when maintaining colonial control became incompatible with changed international circumstances. The same pragmatic flexibility that had created global commercial networks could also transform those networks to serve post-colonial cooperation rather than colonial exploitation. Today's Netherlands embodies both the achievements and the contradictions of its imperial past. The country's prosperity, cultural diversity, and international influence reflects centuries of global engagement, while its struggles with historical memory and multicultural integration reveal persistent legacies of colonial relationships that cannot be simply forgotten or easily resolved. The same society that once enslaved millions now champions human rights. The same nation that once suppressed independence movements now promotes democratic governance. The same people who once justified racial superiority now celebrate cultural diversity. The Dutch imperial experience ultimately reveals that human societies are capable of both extraordinary achievement and systematic oppression, often simultaneously. The same institutions that enable prosperity and freedom can facilitate exploitation and domination when their benefits are restricted to some while their costs are imposed on others. The Dutch legacy challenges us to recognize these contradictions in our own societies while working to preserve what was genuinely beneficial in Dutch innovations, while rejecting what was systematically harmful in Dutch practices. The empire is ended, but its lessons endure, reminding us that the price of liberty is not merely eternal vigilance, but eternal commitment to extending that liberty to all peoples, rather than reserving it for ourselves alone.